Ba-da-da-da-dum, dum, dum, ba-da-da-dum. Oh, one of my lights is not on. Oh, I scratched my face pretty good, huh? Apparently, I scratched my face pretty good. Alright, now we have both lights. And nobody in chat yet. Nobody in chat to say hello to. There can be no ritual at the beginning where I say people's names if people are not hanging out in chat. It's Jack Coleman. Thank you. Welcome, Jack. Good to have you hanging out. You're a regular. I appreciate that a lot. I have a new deodorant and it keeps throwing me off. Because I keep, like, moving and then I can smell it and I'm like, why? Hello to the Morningstar system. Welcome, welcome. And we have Emma in the YouTube chat. Hello, hello. Thank you. You are the OG Horties showing up here super early. Showing 8 concurrent viewers. Yeah, Zeph getting those pit receipts. Hello, it's Gayfish. Thank you for being here. Much appreciated. You were watching Peaceful Cuisine while waiting. That's funny, Chase. That happens to me sometimes too. I was actually, earlier today, I was listening to a Sean video, and then it ended, and it was just quiet, and I didn't really think anything of it. I was like at the store, and then it just auto-played another Sean video, and you know, he starts his videos cold open like, hello everyone, and I was like, oh my god, just in my little earbud here, which I need to turn off and charge, I guess. Yeah, there we go. And over here is the charger. There we go. Little magnetic charger. Okay. Hope everybody's having a pretty good day so far. I've been anxious AF lately. I think that I'm just having like a spike in PTSD symptoms or something, which is like, hello, you know, like, tell us what's new. But this week, I'm going to start doing the, like, intake stuff, like the orientation is what it's called for prolonged exposure therapy, which I actually think that I've done, like, twice with my old therapist, and then we just kept getting interrupted before we actually started doing exposure. Like, we had actually decided what memory to do exposure on, and we just ended up never getting around to it. So with this therapist, she is specifically a trauma specialist who doesn't have a prior relationship with me of, like, we've been working together for a couple years or whatever. So anyway, this week, actually, I have it set right now. I'm going to see her, like, the next 3 Thursdays to do orientation, and, like, hopefully we'll be done by then. And then I think after that, we're going to have to, I don't know, like, am I going to do an hour-long... Well, technically, you can do, like, the exposure part of the therapy for only, like, 20 to 30 minutes and then spend the rest of the session cooling down. But still, like, am I going to do, like, stream days the same days as prolonged exposure therapy? That's what I've set myself up for if Thursdays are the day that we continue doing it after this orientation period. We'll see. I guess I could do it on, like, Wednesdays, but... Well, so technically, I graduated from the DBT program before. Like, what I was doing before was dialectical behavioral therapy, because it is specifically made to treat borderline personality disorder, which I have been diagnosed with. And so, like, technically, like, we were moving on into exposure. Like, I had already gotten from the regular group therapy into the advanced group therapy, which is like, so you're already partially graduated from the DBT program. And then when my therapist quit, it was just like, oh, we'll go ahead and, like, fully graduate you, because the thing that Amy and I were about to start working on anyway was prolonged exposure. So now I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna, like, focus on with a trauma specialist who also does prolonged exposure, which is the same type that my old therapist did. We're just gonna focus on that. Like, I'm not really planning on talking to her about, like, what's going on in the day-to-day about, like, my relationship or my job or anything. Like, I don't really plan on talking to her about that. This is a fairly, for me, and like maybe this is a little bit cold, but like after having such a close relationship with my last therapist, like this is utilitarian. This is like I need these symptoms to be under control. So that's kind of the focus for me right now is trying to just deal with PTSD symptoms all the time. Yeah, I mean, I only just set the schedule. I can change it. And the reason the schedule is what it is like I have other streamers that I like to watch on those nights, or that I don't want to have conflict between our schedules if we have audience overlap. Like, I don't want people to have to pick and choose which stream to be at. So, hey, you can subscribe and click the bell. Check your notification settings and consider joining the Patreon, I guess. That's a little automated thing that I set up using Streamlabs assets. So that was pretty cool. Anyway, DBT is such effort. I'm about 8 months in myself at the moment and kind of anxious for when the year is over. Did that go well for you after that? Like after the first year, you mean? I mean, I was in DBT for almost 2 years. Not quite 2 years, but almost. I mean, I found it just like insanely helpful. Like, I mean, I guess BPD is an accurate diagnosis because the treatment that was formulated specifically to treat borderline was like, oh, wow, I'm over the moon. This is so effective. I feel so empowered. And like the thing that you're not going to be able to prepare for, like my therapist told me when I first started, like generally people start to see real tangible results in their like after being in an involved DBT program. Like it was involved. I had individual therapy and group therapy every week. 1 hour with my individual therapist and 1.5 hours in the group, which is like class, but you know that. Like she told me after about 2 years. So as I was like passing the 1.5 year mark, so like right around like, I don't know, I guess like November and December, or maybe a little bit before that last year, I just started to feel like I was like, I feel like I'm just, my reactions to stuff is like different. The way that I feel and think about stuff is different. Like practicing the therapy started to change the way that my brain works. And like, yeah, it's pretty based. Like my self-esteem is so much higher and I have such a higher priority for my self-respect than I used to. Yeah, and I think that my problem at this point is that I fall into toxic self-sufficiency, I guess is one way to put it. Like I am toxically independent. Kind of a therapy, or not a therapy, kind of a PTSD thing, you know, kind of a lifelong lack of like tangible support networks outside of like my dad. Like my literal dad is the one consistent person that I've had, and like I've been with the same person partner wise for a long time. The relationship has been up and down at various points, so I lack my dad, who is also a streamer. That's true, Jack Coleman. Follow Corgi Zach on Twitch. Twitch.tv/CorgiZach. So yeah, DBT will just fuck your shit up, like in a good way. I mean, it'll also force you to confront problems that you don't want to deal with, is another thing. If your therapist is anything like mine, at least. A whole lot of like, sometimes things have to get temporarily worse before they get better in the longer term kind of stuff, you know? So, anyway. Oh yeah, I mean, it's fucking intense. It's an intense form of therapy, and I've seen people drop out. Like I've had more than one person in the group therapy stuff be like, "Oh, I don't see this person anymore. They've dropped out." They confirmed they didn't just change to a different group or whatever. Um, yeah, I made the mistake of just focusing on the therapy and not building new relationships. Building new relationships is like the like my therapist didn't literally die, but it kind of feels like she died because I'm not allowed, like we're not allowed to like contact each other. Like you're not allowed to have a casual relationship, I guess, with each other. Um, so I mean, I could like send her a letter or something maybe, but that would not be the same as talking to her. But it's in the same way that if you have that sense of like, oh, if this person was still alive, they wouldn't want me to da da da, or they would want me to da da da. I feel like I have a similar thing like that where I'm like, she would want me to make friends. Like, our collaborative work on my well-being is over, but I still have shit that I have to do. So, yes, I get emotional on stream sometimes. That's gonna be a thing that happens. Anyway. Oh, rip. DBT was really toxic for me. Yeah, I think that it can depend on where you're at, too. Like, it so happens that I worked with someone who was very aware of the possible stigma that can come with having BPD and, like, the difficulties of that and like, how, like, what difficulties in, like, specific people with BPD have with therapy. So she was really good at it. Basically, she'd been doing it for, like, 20 years, so... Oh, the group therapy was triggering for my PTSD, so it backfired. Oh, that's not great. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I don't know what kind... I think that therapy is effective for NPD as well, but I don't... Like, I don't know what kind of therapy it is. Oh my god. I feel like I am just, like, insanely anxious. Maybe I'm a little bit too warm. Is that what it is? I hate when that happens, when I'm like, oh, something feels, like, very not good, but I can't tell what it is. Because my body just takes very small signals and amplifies them. So... if I start to feel a little bit like, oh wow, I might be about to overheat a little bit, I get like very ill very quickly. So let's try this and see if that helps a little bit. Chronic illness, gotta love it. Yeah. The collaboration is over, but it lives on in spirit. It's true. NPD is very treatment resistant in general. Yeah, I've heard that. It's sad. Like you try to like learn about it, and you're like, everything's like, oh, people with NPD are terrible, you know. Oh yeah, started a new medication that has the unfortunate side effect of messing with my internal temperature. Apparently, like there's just a lot of stuff that can be wonky when you have fibromyalgia, which is what I have. Like your nervous system just doesn't work right in multiple different ways. So like temperature regulation doesn't quite work right. I like when I feel cold, it like registers kind of similarly to how pain registers. Like if all of my skin were like mildly in pain, you know? So that doesn't feel great, and it like makes my whole body tense up and stuff in a way that's just wildly unpleasant. So thank you, Barb, in the YouTube chat, validating my experience with fibro. I am live. Welcome, Atomic Tom. Yes, hello everybody in the YouTube chat. We have the site chat, which is what's showing up on the screen. If you want to join site chat, there is a link at the top of the description. Feel free to like the stream if you're hanging out. We have 28 concurrent viewers and only 17 likes. Can we pump up those numbers? Can we pump up those numbers, my friends? I shouldn't call you my friends. I keep just like slipping. That's not what I mean. Hordies. My horde. Not my friends, my horde. My wonderful chatters. Feel free to like the stream. over on the YouTube page. And then hang out on the chat if you want to. I look at the YouTube chat sometimes, just not quite as much. Yeah, no worries, Atomic Tom. I have a lot of fans across the ocean, and I try to stream on Sundays at a time that is appropriate for people across the ocean, at least on the European end of the, like, whichever. What is it? That's the Atlantic, right? The Atlantic Ocean. If you're in, like, Europe, I try to stream early enough on Sundays. Like, usually 12 p.m. Central U.S. time. So, yeah, and it's, wreckage. It's true for, NPD and BPD to an extent, where, like, the only info you can find is, like, here's how you need to get out of a relationship with this person, you know? For the EU horde, true. Lots of demonization around people with NPD. Yeah, like, demonization and stigma and shame, like, don't actually help anybody get better. So, people just don't understand that, you know? Just fundamental. It's really weird. Like, the way that people act toward addiction, for example, is wild. People are like, you wake up every day and you choose to be addicted, you bad mother. Or like, well, you know, like, oh my God, calm down. Seriously. I'm glad that this piercing doesn't look too bad on stream, because this one is, like, not healing well, and it fucking, like, still hurts when I sleep. I got pierced, like the 1.5 weeks into February or something like that. Like, fairly early in February, but not like the first week of February. And it still hurts when I sleep on it. It sucks. Yeah, Timerinia. People act like borderline is like these people will manipulate and hurt you, and NPD is like these people will use you and not actually care. Very depressing. It is, yeah, and like BPD is like, oh, these people are gonna lash out at you, they're so unstable. And narcissism, yeah, they're like, oh, they're so self-absorbed, they don't care about you at all. Yeah, Gayfesh, I think that because I have like, one of the things about fibro is that you just don't sleep good. Like, you wake up so easily that you don't enter the deep sleeps throughout the night as the way that you're supposed to, which means that you don't heal physically the way that you're supposed to. So I heal slower than most people. You know, like, I talked with my dad and then my doctor, like, just about a year ago about having fibro. Like, I talked to my dad about all my symptoms. He has fibro, and he was like, it kind of sounds like you just have the same thing I do. And then I talked to my doctor, and he was like, it kind of sounds like you have fibro. And I just keep learning new stuff about it all the time. All the time I keep learning new stuff about it. It's like, and like, it's like no one told me explicitly you're going to heal slower, or like, I don't even know that I've really looked that up. It's just like, the fact is I don't enter deep sleep, and the fact is the body doesn't heal like as quickly if you don't sleep properly. So that's just a fun thing. This one is doing way better. But yeah, and like, I think this one just like had some chunky scar tissue. Like, maybe it was trying to like keloid, but I don't have keloids most of the time, so I'm not really sure what the deal was, but it's still not great. Wowee, 31 concurrent viewers. Amazing. Yeah, thank you, Barb. Barb in the YouTube chat says, I can't sleep and then I'm tired all the time. It takes days to heal from basic things. So, hold on, I'm just making sure I didn't lose anything that I wanted to read. The chat's going slow enough that I can make sure I catch every message. Sometimes it's going quick enough that I miss some, and I feel bad, but it's inevitable. Yeah, Morningstar system, no doubt about the difficulty not internalizing a lot of negative messaging, like letting that become your internal narrative. Morningstar system, were you all here the other day when we watched Ash Hardell's video, or have you watched Ash Hardell's new video? Because they talked a lot about that, the internalizing of that narrative type thing. Is fibromyalgia partially hereditary? There hasn't been a genetic component found. Coco No on the YouTube chat. If you hit the top link in the description, if you want to, you can join us. I do look at YouTube chat somewhat, but the primary chat that I'm looking at is on the screen. If you want to join us over there on my website, you can. Hit like on the stream before you leave the YouTube website, though. So anyway, yeah, right. If I get keloids, I'll be able to tap into Vasha's power. True. So anyway, fibro, there isn't a genetic component that's been isolated, but we see it occurring within families, basically. So like, you can't like say that it's hereditary, but we do observe. This is based on what I read, by the way. This is not like me making a determination about whether it's hereditary. What I understand about it is that, like, I get you could technically say it is. Like, I might not have developed fibromyalgia if I didn't have trauma, though, because trauma is the instigator most of the time for fibromyalgia. Like, you may start with the genetic predisposition to develop it. You may. We don't know if there is one. But you can also, like, it's triggered by, like, a car accident or a tragic death or something. Yeah, a lot of things. Hold on. Yeah, it sounds terrible to get like an infection from a cut and then be sick for months. That sounds like shit. Does my pain flare with my mental trauma symptoms? I tend to notice, like, since I've started being able to tap into this, like, I didn't notice some of this shit before, you know what I mean? But I have noticed that, like, if my partner and I have, like, a really intense argument, then, like, the following day or whatever, I'll have, like, more spontaneous random pains and stuff like that. And another thing that I think is, like, more evidence, even though I don't need to be convinced any further, I have fibromyalgia. Like, unless it's something else on top of it, but you can have fibro and something else. But inactivity can actually make fibro symptoms worse. Like, it's not only is exercise medically necessary for, like, depression and stuff, but it's medically necessary if you have fibro, because if you are inactive all the time, it just makes your pain worse, and it makes your like, post-exertional symptoms worse. So that's why I like trying to go on walks. It's been warm the last couple days. I did not succeed in going on a walk today. I want to do more, though, because I feel like garbage. Like, I have so much random pain and shit. To be fair, I also, like, literally just got finished with Shark Week, so that probably doesn't help. So yeah, I think that actually, like, stress is my primary, I think stress is my primary trigger, because, like, I think that my fibro and my trauma are pretty heavily intertwined. So, I mean, like, hoping that after a few months of exposure therapy, like, a few months of exposure therapy can be all it takes to resolve PTSD symptoms. Like, basically to take you diagnostically to the point where you don't have reactivity at that level, which is what I want. It's so stressful. Like, if my partner comes home and is clearly irritated about something that has nothing to do with me, because we haven't even talked, like, during that day or whatever, I'm, like, pacing. I'm, like, wringing my hands, you know, like, and, like, you know, we have had plenty of arguments, but it's not like I should be having this level of a fear response to it. It's just really disproportionate, and very, very, very toxic in my life, TBH. So, and when I'm really stressed, my physical symptoms flare. Like, it's harder to sleep, and when it's harder to sleep, then I am even more sore and stiff everywhere. So, anyway, fibro is, I guess, going to be one of the things that we end up talking about sometimes on the stream. I'm just it sounds like complaining a lot, I guess, but I mean, social anxiety disorder, I mean, it's in direct response to someone exhibiting like symptoms, like signs of anger around me. Um, I do have some social anxiety, but I don't have like social anxiety disorder. I have PTSD. Like, I think I'm actually. I thought for years that I was an introvert, but it turns out I think that I actually am an extrovert with trauma. Because I love this, but this is safe and I have total control. So, thank you, Joker, in the YouTube chat. I appreciate that you've been watching the videos and catching up and everything. That's cool. Yeah, people used to act like it was made up or psychosomatic, and it's not. 30% if the mother has it. Wow. Yeah, it's my dad that has it. Myotonia congenita, and it's super rare, but can be passed down. I wouldn't be surprised if Fibro was as well. Just so little research has gone into it. True, Chase. Yeah, it's people used to treat it as like psychosomatic. But then they studied it and found out that it actually is like central nervous system reactivity. I think what they essentially did was like attached electricity to muscles in some form or fashion. And then, you know, when you like touch something hot and you like, you jerk away, and that's a motor response, like that happens before you even realize up top that you've touched something hot. So they used electricity in people's muscles to test when the twitch happened at like very, very low levels of stimuli. And they basically like found that people with fibromyalgia and people with whiplash, interestingly, both had increased reactivity, like in the sense that their motor response was more sensitive, and that the biggest difference in the intensity of response was at the lowest levels of stimuli. So that's just some fascinating info that I learned. Stuff like that is really helpful to me to validate, like, even if it were psychosomatic, it would be like a real sucky experience that I was having on a regular basis. Like, you know, my heart has been, it feels like it's been like jumping or like doing something uncool lately or whatever. And like, you know, even if it turns out that it's, like not as serious as it feels, like it still feels very serious. So the like experience that I'm having is still like it's still medically significant. It's like hurting my well-being, you know? So it would still be worth caring, you know? Jasper in the YouTube chat asks, how did you convince yourself to do prolonged exposure therapy? I know it's supposed to help, but the method feels cruel. I had a great relationship with my therapist, first and foremost. I met my therapist through a general, like, trans support group that I was going to because I wanted to meet trans people locally, basically. It was, like, I was going in person to group therapy sessions, basically. And she was leading them. And after I'd been going to that for a few months, I stopped for a few months, and then when I came back, she was like, I've been worried about you, and since nobody showed up today, like, when I went back, it was in 2020. Yeah, that was 2 years ago. It was in 2020, in March, right before spring break, like, right when everybody got sent home from my school for spring break, and they were like, don't come back to campus after spring break, we're going to do remote classes. And I went in to therapy because I was like, I had already been kind of worried about going on spring break because I had been, content warning, I guess, experiencing a little bit of suicidal ideation at the time. So I was already kind of concerned for myself going on spring break and losing the like regular social contact that I was getting at school. So I went to I attempted to go to group therapy, and no one else showed up because it was also like snowing that day. And she was like, so we're gonna just do your intake now for individual therapy. And I was like, okay, I don't I trust you, I guess, to do this. So I started my relationship with the therapist on a good note. Like, she is leading a trans group. She wasn't trans herself, but she was leading the trans group. And then we built a relationship for a year in individual therapy before she diagnosed me with PTSD. And then we started talking about therapy, like prolonged exposure. So I had a relationship with her already. But also, like, I just have this approach to medical stuff where I'm just like, oh, if it's, if it's medically necessary, I don't really feel too upset about it. So I guess, yeah, it's interesting getting to that point though, where I feel like, oh, I'm starting a relationship with a new therapist, and I'm going to reveal my trauma to her, in a utilitarian way, and not in a, like, we're building a personal relationship kind of way. I kind of in some ways feel like that hindered my progress in therapy, because my therapist cared a lot about me as a person, and so she spoke about this difficulty herself, which is why I think this. She was like, I know that I don't push some of my clients as hard as I should because I don't want to upset them, basically, like, as a therapist, like, as a person who cares about them, as the relationship grows or whatever. So, I was convinced by a person I trusted that it was the most effective way to treat my problem. So now I only care about treating my problem. So I trust the construct, I guess. And I know that my current therapist has worked with my former therapist before, so I just feel like, it's fine. Like, it's gonna suck. But yeah, she did tell me that, like, my last therapist was like, you usually schedule longer sessions and you do the prolonged exposure for like 45 minutes to an hour, and then you have the extra half an hour to, like, cool down. But this new person said, actually, the new research is that you only have to do it for like 20 to 30 minutes, and then you can take the last half an hour of the normal hour-long session to re-regulate. So basically, like, the research shows that it doesn't have to be quite as intense as it used to be. And I really would like to do some things and get it done, right? Yeah, I'm glad, Morningstar System. I hope that I know that you all have had, like, hand and wrist pain that we've talked about before that hinder you from being able to, like, play instruments and stuff. So any info that helps point you in the right direction. But, like, I mean, fibromyalgia is, like, you could still have, like, arthritis in your hands, you know what I mean? Like, you could have rheumatoid arthritis at the same time as having fibromyalgia, or you can have EDS at the same time as having fibromyalgia, or, like, I mean, your primary issue could be EDS, but it gets diagnosed as fibromyalgia. I don't know. I'm sorry that you got a Trump ad. Unfortunate. No, I'm not going to watch Trump content on this channel. Yeah, I have simple type schizophrenia, and honestly, at some point I just started trying to take photos of people when I tell them. How's that work out? Yeah, I know, the emoji. I left all the emojis there because I figure we'll eventually get custom emojis, but until then, we'll just indicate that this community is adjacent to vouchers, you know? Anyway, how long have we been hanging out? We've been hanging out for a little bit over half an hour so far. Trout dealer, new user. Welcome to the website chat. Streamlabs is always behind. 40 viewers, but on YouTube it's showing 34. Anyway, I guess I didn't have a whole lot else as far as openers. I didn't stream on Sunday. I meant to stream on Sunday. Atomic Tom from YouTube chat and Discord. Okay, cool. Yeah, also we have a Discord set up. I don't know if anybody in this chat doesn't know, but we have a Discord set up now, and I don't know. I think I added a link in the description here. If not, if you're on the website, there's a link in the header where there's like all the other links to all my social media and stuff. You can join the Discord if you want. Yeah, sorry, Trout Dealer. The bot is not active on my site right now, apparently, and I think Gayfesh put in a support ticket for it, basically, but it just hasn't been resolved yet. So anyway, I didn't have a whole lot else going on myself. Oh, what's up, Dream? Nah, it's no worries. We just been chilling and, like, talking about chronic illness and shit for a little while. But it hasn't been set up yet. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not terribly worried about it. It's like an added functionality. We're getting the basics, like, kind of set up gradually. Things will come together. This week I was focused on getting the Discord set up, which is done now. I mean, that's obviously going to be an evolving, growing, changing thing. But, you know, progress has been made. Incremental progress. So I guess today I was kind of just thinking loosely, unless anyone has strong opinions about what we talk about today, because I'm always open to receiving feedback. And, you know, you're coming here to be entertained. I want you to be here, so I need to be entertaining. You have to tell me what to do to be entertaining to you, okay? So to start with, I guess I wanted to touch base a little bit about trans legislation. I know Keffels has been covering this a lot. I believe Keffels' pronouns are she, her. And I don't know Keffels, and I would feel like I was blowing up her spot or not blowing up her spot. I would feel like I was encroaching on her business to cover the legislation, except that someone told me that she was frustrated no one else is talking about it. So I had the idea to, in the new Discord, set up a channel called the Anti-Trans Law Tracker. And yeah, later time, Renia. Have fun. Hope you eat good food. So I have the Anti-Trans Law Tracker, where the intention is for us to post links, mostly not to have discussion in there. Mostly we want to post links so that we can keep track of what's happening. And that's there's like different sections in the server, of course, and it's under Kobold Central. The idea behind that is, like, the kobolds are the helpers. Everyone is a horde, but if you want to be a kobold, you're like a helper, right? So if you like notice any news about it that you want to have covered on the stream, go ahead and put it in that channel. The Anti-Trans Law Tracker in the Discord server. Because I found there was an unfortunate bit of news about Bermuda and how they're not going to have same-sex marriage legally anymore. They had it legalized 4 years ago, I guess, and they're just not having it anymore because of, like, a London tribunal just decided. Fear not, the Horde shall strike down these laws. True. But, yeah, we had several links in there about that. I'm like definitely wanting to. Oh, okay. We have a Alora. Thanks to Alora, who I just saw your name. I was like looking at the Anti-Trans Law Tracker and saw that you posted this tracker from a Surfs video about LGBTQ laws happening in the US. So I'll probably just pop that open. One of the important things that I wanted to note, because I don't know that we had talked about it, was that there was a stay on the law affecting Texas children. So let me reorganize a little bit here. I need Streamlabs open, thank you. And I want my chat. Okay. Alright, so... Oh, by the way, I just don't have a stream goal set for this time because I didn't know what we would want to do. The last one that I had set up was like, oh, we can try to get to, like, I'll try to play my guitar and sing at the same time, which is not something I can actually do, so it might be kind of funny to watch me fail a lot. Or we could do the flower crown. I don't know. I hadn't really thought about it. I'm always so appreciative to get your donations. This is my job now. Thank you. Thank you preemptively for any future donations and retroactively for any previous donations to everyone. On that note, let's switch over. Yeah, we'll get there in a second, because I think that this same, this same reporter, I think, has talked about a couple of these updates, so I'm just going to look through her Twitter, basically. So, here we have this whole thing. Maybe I should, do this. Can I do that? Will you let me? Okay, there we go. That's a little bit better, isn't it? I'm a little bit in the way, but I'm not moving. So, this is kind of a lengthy thread, because she is basically live tweeting while sitting in the courtroom where this case is being adjudicated. Ow, my fucking wrist. Hold on. This is one of the things that I mean. I just get, like, random, like, really sharp pains. And, earlier today it was my left wrist, and now it's my right wrist. That's another weird fucking thing. They move. They roam. Anyway, Jesus Christ. This is a fairly lengthy thread from Lauren Magahi, from the courtroom where they were adjudicating this. March 11th. Today's like the 15th, so it was a few days ago. There will be no live stream of this, blah, blah, blah. There are close to 100 people here. We're kind of skimming through because obviously, like, she's doing a lot of minute updates. Okay, this is the first opportunity for public comment after Governor Abbott directed the Child Protective Services Agency to investigate gender-affirming care for minors as child abuse. So let me make sure my chats are all up. The state has opened 9 investigations into reports of minors receiving gender-affirming care. Yeah, in other Texas Child Protective Services news, employees of a Texas contracted facility meant to care for female foster children who are victims of sex trafficking were discovered to be trafficking the same children. Yikes. Good job, state of Texas, on that one. Public testimony begins now. Many parents of transgender children won't come to a hearing like this because they don't want to be investigated. To members of public, here are reading submitted testimony from families about their trans kids. Oh, so members of public here. Cool. Down the street, state of Texas is arguing why Child Protective Services should be allowed to continue investigating the families receiving medical care, or getting medical care for their trans kids. Basically, like, this goes on for a bit, and she is basically like, here's what people are saying live. I do want to, like, pause on a couple things. I know this is dry. I know it's boring. Please stay with me. I want to talk about how the kids are being affected, right? Like, I want to get to the next update, obviously, but I want to highlight something that broke my fucking heart while I was reading this thread, right? So, CPS supervisor says her boss told her not to put anything about cases investigating the trans kids in, just don't put anything in writing. Don't put it in email, text, or anything, which is sus, of course. Sus as fuck. Someone resigned from their job because of this decision, who worked at CPS prior to this. Testosterone is a controlled substance, so children are not allowed to take controlled substances, blah, blah, blah. Sorry, I keep umming. I should stop doing that so much. Carly Cucco, a mental health professional in Austin, speaks at the council meeting. She also says, I will never alter my ethical and evidence-based practices, which overwhelmingly support gender-affirming care, to be a political pawn. Need to hit show replies to see the rest of this. Yeah, wait, stimulants are controlled substances, and we give those to kids. True. Yes. So this is... I'm gonna read this to you, and I don't know that I'll be able to finish reading it without just starting to cry. So fair warning, this sucks. Woman reads letter from 8-year-old... I can't do it. I can't do it. Woman reads letter from 8-year-old transgender kid at the Texas CPS council meeting. It wasn't until last year that I worried about not being treated the same as others. And just last week, I found out what a lawyer is and what CPS is. I don't want to move. I love my dad or my mom and dad more than anything but my brother. They're doing everything they can to keep me safe. Can we just say how fucked up it is that all of this, like, protect the children bullshit rhetoric is happening? The world is a terrible place. Yeah. I fully just, like, I had to put down my phone and started crying when I first read that. Because it sucks. Like, in my life, I have never had anything that just so instantly brought me to tears, like the idea that trans kids deserve better. If I ever wanted to be an actor, that's what it would be. It's true. And I don't, I don't think I've mentioned it on stream before. I don't usually mention it on stream or on Twitter. I guess partially because I don't think about it a whole lot, but also because, like, it's not my business to share, really, it feels like. My 15-year-old brother is trans and, like, just came out within the past year. So, I would fucking lose my shit. It would not be a good time if my state also had these laws. It would not be good. I don't know where he's at or where my parents are at with regards to, like, I know that he has a binder. I don't know if he's pursuing testosterone. I know that he's asked me about it. So it would be unfortunate if he was denied the next several years of, like, getting to, getting taller than he would if he were starting testosterone later and shit like that, like, it makes a difference when you're actively in puberty like that. So that's where I stopped reading this thread before, when I was reading this thread before. And I don't know what all else is down here. Oh yeah, it's because she went on break until later, so maybe that was just the end of the thread. But let's see, I want to try to get back to other comments that she's made about that. Okay, so today I asked the state if it was proceeding with investigations into families of transgender kids after a judge issued an injunction on Friday. The Texas Attorney General says investigations will continue because he appealed. Request for comment on investigations. Hey Lauren, the best way to describe our posture on these investigations is that we are continuing to follow the law. I don't have any information about new intakes beyond the 9 already confirmed. I don't know of any other employees who have resigned for the same reason. Yeah, Keffels responded to this. I guess I did see this already because Keffels responded and I saw that. So, okay, let's look at this Dallas news. Judge halts child abuse investigations into transgender youth. Oh my god, hold on. To access this article, hold on. We're gonna see if we can cheat. Did it work? Okay, we cheated. A district court judge temporarily halted all child abuse investigations into gender-affirming care for trans minors. She said that her injunction blocks the state's new directive defining certain gender-affirming medical care as child abuse and halts any such investigations until after a trial in the case is set to begin in July. Just before 9 p.m., however, Texas AG Ken Paxton tweeted that he had filed an appeal that put the... What the fuck? Hold on. He had filed an appeal that put the judge's injunction on hold. He said his appeal would allow, quote, much-needed investigations to proceed as they should. On Saturday, lawyers for the plaintiffs called Paxton's appeal, quote, baseless, and said they'd fight to ensure the injunction in halting investigations remains in place. I'm gonna scream. I don't understand how this fucking system works. I thought the whole point of the injunction was so the court could say this thing that the legislative branch and the executive branch signed off on is a fucking problem, and the judge is supposed to be able to say you're not allowed to do this until we figure it out in the courts. I don't understand, and it pisses me off so much that there's so many stupid ass fucking loopholes that are specifically designed, seemingly, to screw over the people who already are, like, struggling to get their shit figured out legally. Like, oh my god, I'm so angry. I'm gonna drink some water. Everybody take a minute to drink some water, because that's fucking enraging. Yes, thank you, Jack Coleman. I've honestly never heard of this. Every other injunction I ever heard of stopped the lock hold until it was reviewed. I thought that was the whole fucking point. I don't need to scream. I don't have enough soundproofing in this room to scream like that. Okay? Sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry, Morningstar System. I know mirror neurons are quite active. I don't usually try to bring that energy to my streams. That's why we don't cover this kind of stuff a lot of the time, okay? It's necessary to keep updated about what's going on, I think. And I guess to, like, hopefully get someone to do something about it, you know? If there's anyone who lives in these states, please contact your representatives, and or show up at their fucking houses and demand with signs and bullhorns that they vote a certain way. Please raise awareness at the very minimum, because otherwise, like, trans people are just screaming alone. I have no idea how many, like, cis people are in the chat. I don't know how many cis people are fans of me lately, but yeah. Yeah, Keffel's a shitpost streamer, went super serious and incredibly passionate over this. Yeah. Didn't she just, like, basically do a 180? Oh my god. And now this is, like, the only thing she does? Yeah, Gayfesh, the token cis dude. You're bi, though, right? So you're, like, in the club still. I feel like Gayfesh, at least, like, nobody calls you a cishet guy like they do to Vosh, you know? We have some cisses. And some transes. So anyway, I think that's I believe... Hold on. Updated on March 12 with plaintiff's response to the state's appeal. And on March 11 with the state's appeal. So, we have the plaintiff's response to the state's appeal. Let me just check real fast. Yeah. Oh my god, this article finishes with the quote about, like, from that kid that I just read that made me cry. I'm guessing, based on the fact that that is the, like, most recent update, that this is just where this is at right now. A judge said, no, you can't do this anymore. And the attorney general said, fuck you, we're doing it anyway. So it's good to know that that's, good to know that that's just how shit's gonna go from now on. Hello, new folks in the YouTube chat. You're welcome to join us on the website chat if you want. Don't forget to hit like on the stream while you're there, though. Anybody who hasn't hit like on the stream, please consider hitting like on the stream, because it helps me, and it helps bring more people in to the channel to hang out with us. Keeps the discussion lively and going, and sometimes it gives us chuds to play with, so, you know. The dragon hasn't done any blood sports yet. I feel like if my reputation as the dragon is gonna really, like, settle in, then I have to prove it a little bit, you know? I have to sink my teeth in. I have to breathe a little bit of fire. Can I put forth the motion that everyone stop talking shit about Florida for a while and start talking shit about Texas? I'll take it. Yeah, the top link in the YouTube description comes to my website, where we have our own little private chat, which is the chat that shows up on the screen here. So, how are we feeling about ambiance today? I should burn up the tea lights. I should not just save my tea lights forever. We have 1 week until Ostara. Oh, Ostara is going to be on a Tuesday. That's cool. Not that it matters. I can practice my pagan holidays whenever the fuck I want, because that's part of the point. But that's cool. So next week we'll be able to burn candles for Ostara. No, Skeleton, you haven't missed it yet. We're probably going to move into that next, I guess, unless somebody has other stuff they want to talk about. Because I'm always open to getting derailed by a slick chatter. Yeah, Florida's fucked too, don't worry. I should get a smoke machine and go full Contra for the shit news. True. Oh yeah, site chat, on the phones is, understandably difficult. No worries. I'll still be looking at the YouTube chat, just not quite as frequently. Oh my gosh. Ouch. Random pains all over the place. I swear to God, it's killing me. Anyhow, so yeah, I guess, like, we've been going for a little while now. We've talked about the updates. So here, basically, like, I'm curious about new political ideas, right? I like expanding, like, by being exposed to new ideas. New leftist ideas, really. Like, I'm not really gonna... There are some, I would say that, like, maybe there are some, like, libertarian points that might be persuasive to me. But, like, basically, like, I'm philosophically majorly about, like, connection and caring for people. And, like, I think the thing that fundamentally makes humanity, like, what it is, I guess, is the fact that we, like, I truly believe that, like, our society began, like, the first time someone, like, it's a TED Talk or something that I see the text post go around sometimes. The first time someone helped another person heal from a broken leg, like, that was the first indication of, like, human society as it would come to exist. It's fundamentally about the fact that empathy and cooperation are advantageous survival tactics. So, those are sort of my politics. That human cooperation is, like, the main way that we're going to accomplish anything. So on that note, it makes sense that I am consistently drawn to ideologies that rely heavily on collectivism or cooperation, all that kind of stuff. So basically, like, I've considered myself broadly a leftist for a long time. I consider myself broadly a socialist for a long time. I'm not really familiar with the concept of anarchism well enough to, like, to say, you know, but basically what's happening lately is Luxander started watching fucking Demon Mama and reading Doe tweets on twitter.com and realizing that these ideas are interesting to me and that they may continue, like, as many of the socialist things that I've learned about fall in line with my beliefs. So we're at the beginning of Luxander Anarchy arc, I guess, is kind of the TLDR. Get another joke. You people are not funny and you're losers. I need moderators on YouTube chat. Lel. Sorry, that was for YouTube chat. Yeah, so Gaythesh, I try to. I try to read Doe's non-shitpost tweets. They're difficult. But I'm like interested, you know? My interest is piqued. Sometimes it posts in a like plain language manner that I can understand. But a lot of the time I don't get it either. So I'm like, do I need to learn this stuff on my own so that I can then understand? True. I feel like I've seen your name a lot, Brian Stevens. You don't really have very much power. It would basically just be like YouTube automated moderation is going to catch stuff sometimes, and then you can say yes or no. And then if someone posts an unfunny, stupid helicopter joke, then, you know, I don't think it would hurt anything if I gave you a wrench. There you go, Brian Stevens. You can have a wrench. Yeah. It's basically just about, like, messages. Oh, yeah. Did I see you back in, like, Mr. Atheist time? Because your name is familiar to me. It's a pretty low-stakes thing for me to give you a wrench. Yeah, they said they identified as a toaster. See Derek Varn and his YouTube channel has been a great resource for me in expanding my political growth. So many insightful interviews, even one recently about gender being used to deviate social classes of labor. That's pretty cool. Anarcho-anarchist, I make my own theory so I don't have to read others. Yeah, Trout Dealer. So Trout Dealer on the website chat says, I appreciate the ideals behind anarchism, but I don't see how you can make a stable society based on these principles. Maybe I'm just not big-brained enough. That's kind of the subject of the stream that we're kind of talking about today. So my interest lately has been, I mean, I'm just constantly involved in political, philosophical growth, right? I expose myself to people that are throwing out ideas that I am interested in chewing on. So, Demon Mama is someone who is like, who talks about anarchism, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. I'm passively absorbing anarchist ideas while I'm watching her content, just because I enjoy her content, right? So we had Doe tweeting about anarchism as per usual. If anybody has like screenshots, because I didn't save screenshots before this, I wasn't even totally sure if I was going to cover this. If we wanted to cover the actual tweet itself, because broadly the concept is, do anarchists lack like a firm idea of what to do about shit post government society? You know, like, how would you deal with supply chains? Is kind of the subject of discussion, where people like Doe was like, I don't want to fucking figure out supply chains. Maybe it'll be easier to find this if I go to Doe. The illustrious Doe follow. I'm still after. I haven't gotten it yet. I'm not really after it. Please don't say anything to it. I'm trying to scroll through and see if I can find it. Yeah, John Keller, I like Demon Mama a lot. I just think her content is pretty cool, and her ideas are cool. I have the Doe follow, but I also had Christmas dinner with it, so yeah, that's a little bit different. I hear that Demon Mama is planning on being back this week, so maybe tomorrow or Friday we will get to see Demon Mama. on her own stream again. Yes, Trout Dealer. I watched the Trout Dealer says I watched the Devoush Demon Mama debate, and it was such a shit show. Really frustrating. I left the live stream on and went on an errand, and I came back, and it was in the middle of that. So I heard the very end, and it was like pretty intense. I started to listen to it earlier, but then I was busy before stream, just trying to wrap up some stuff. So, oh shoot! Oh my God! You know what? Daylight savings was this weekend. No wonder I'm so thrown off. It's so bright. I haven't listened to the whole discussion. I plan on listening to their whole discussion. Yeah, the Vosh DM debate makes me want to doom her out. Yeah. So, Doe tweeting about how... Oh, God, where is it? Okay, here we go. Logistics and supply trains. I'm just going to make sure that I got to the beginning of it. This whole discourse was really confusing to me, TBH. I don't see how the removal of a profit motive would interfere with supply chains and stuff. There's more reasons to learn chemistry/medicine than just making money, and I feel like people would still organize together to do that. Yeah. It's a whole fucking conversation. So, Doe is tweeting, like, basically stuff against supply chains. Yeah. I like how Doe... Maybe Doe doesn't watch CGP Grey. Here, hold on. We need to switch. It's time to switch now. We're close enough to where we need to be in the tweet timeline that I'm not worried about accidental porn. I saw this tweet and I was like, haha, Doe maybe watches CGP Grey. Someone dead ruined my life. Again, this is just what getting into philosophy is like. So, Doe was tweeting here. The totality of the logistics system belongs to capital. It is a view from everywhere or nowhere, a view from space that only capital, as totalizing, distributed process, can inhabit. Only capital can fight us in every place at once. This fucking just... I can't read all of this. Like, basically, it's tweeting about how supply chains are the way that they are because of capital, okay? Like, supply chains and how they're exploitative and how they're bureaucratic, and then people... We're upset. Like, oh God. Dear, be quieter and start apologizing challenge. I'm not sure exactly where we start to see the people being really pissy about it, but people started being really pissy about it, and then Doe was like, why? People were like demanding... Okay, here we go. So, Doe tweeting, as Vosh described it, nerd stuff, about how, capitalism could not manage to unify us as capitalists, or against capitalists as the proletariat. And so it's saying stuff against managerial bureaucratic practices, Oh my goodness. Brian Stevens, are you there? Now's your time. Now's your chance. I can get it. Okay, there we go. Let's bring this stuff back up. By the way, thank you, Cotton D-Pad, for tweeting me this. Hello, Mersh. Welcome. So this person responds, what does this mean? How do you manage large supply chains without bureaucracy? And then Doe's like, why would I want to manage large supply chains? And this person says, to manufacture medication or generally leverage competitive advantage to produce surplus to lower total required labor hours. And Doe says, that sounds boring and exploitative and like something I'd have more fun blowing up. But this person says, this is literally how all specialization works. How would you produce medicine? And then Demon Mama comes in, and I think this is the one that DGG got all in a tizzy over, right? I need to darken this image behind the chat. I'm sorry that it's still a little difficult for you all to read your own chat. That's my bad. Don't forget to like the stream. I see we have had a slight increase in viewers. If you have not liked the stream yet, please do that. Demon Mama says, make a few friends with a chemistry degree. Buy some lab equipment from one of thousands of lab equipment suppliers. Learn chemistry or pick up a medicine book from a local library. Talk to rural doctors and healers who are already doing this now out of necessity. And then she threads more about it. Haley in the YouTube chat says, wait, medications used to be mixed at the pharmacy, didn't they? They still are in some cases. If you have a compounding pharmacy, some pharmacies do still mix the medicine at the location. So I guess let's look at this other thread to see. Is this very long? No, it's not super long. Okay. The performative outcry to my threads deep offhand comment is so desperate. Lel. I'll make it easier. Hypercentralized medicine is bad. Medical and chemical self-education is based. Safe informed DIY is based. Basic self-diagnosis is based and very valuable. I definitely agree with that last point. At the very minimum, basic self-diagnosis is based. And it's like the literal, like, first step. Like, can you imagine going to, based on the, like, any of you have been here for the earlier part of the stream where I was describing any of my random symptoms of my chronic illness, like, stuff that I didn't even realize could be related to a chronic illness. Like, I've said for years that being cold makes me feel like my nerves are on fire, which is a really dumb thing to not understand, that being cold makes your body, like, your body processes it like you're in pain, or that looking at bright lights is painful. Or like you get random ghosty, like, roaming pains all over your body. Like, can you imagine going to a doctor with all of those, like, the struggle of trying to narrow it down? If you can have an idea before you go to the doctor, that's helpful. Yeah, I literally never thought of going to a doctor about ADHD until I realized, based on talking to a lot of other people, that I must have ADHD. Like, yeah. And this is, like, the main reason why I feel pretty certain that I'm autistic, because I just constantly resonate with almost every fucking thing that autistic people say. And, like, I've been independently diagnosed with ADHD twice, and I don't resonate with all of the things that I see ADHD people post about. Yeah, unless you can self-diagnosis, you don't have the language to even start exploring symptoms. So I think self-diagnosis is good. I know that, like, lots of trans people do DIY, and, like, that frequently they're, I know that they talk about studies and stuff. Like, I knew someone who was really active in Reddit groups about DIY hormones. They care about studies in DIY communities, you know? They are, like, often having to bring studies to their doctor's attention to point out that, like, for example, like, I guess monotherapy, taking only estrogen, is, I guess, more effective than taking a testosterone suppressor along with estrogen. I don't know. I don't know a lot about it, but they have the studies, and they're the ones having to go and inform their doctors. So I trust, you know, that communities care about receiving proper medical care, you know? Like, I mean, obviously there are people who believe in stupid shit, so I guess I can't trust. Okay. I want to finish this thread, but please remind me later that, like, the differences between communities is the one reason I don't know if I agree with stateless societies, okay? We'll get around to it. Yes, lots of ADHD and autism in the chat, of course. So, are these things easy? No. Should they be treated carelessly? Absolutely not. But currently, medicine is locked behind an absurd machine of profit. Publicly funded research and valuable knowledge for self-teaching or even school teaching is locked up in copyright. In our country, millions of people have no promise of healthcare without crippling debt or outright denial. People often run out of options. They often die because of substandard or total lack of care. This is not only because of immediate care being locked up behind cost, but also because knowledge of sicknesses and treatments, of how to manufacture and create those treatments, are also locked behind costs. Even ones that are developed collaboratively or publicly, access to knowledge is often controlled directly by profit-seeking corps. Avoiding death by finding a way to get what you need is a good thing. We should make it easier for people to do that as safely and intelligently as possible. We do that by breaking down needless gatekeeping and taking monopolistic control out of the hands of anyone. No one should be able to control access to the knowledge of life-saving cures or pain-alleviating cures, of diseases and how to prevent them. This knowledge should be made as accessible as possible by all means, including self-education and self-empowerment, and yes, DIY. I will switch off of this now because I think as far as like getting a general idea of the basics, that's where we're at, right? There was more discussion with Vosh and Demon Mama, which I haven't listened to yet, so I don't want to cover it on stream. I just know that it was chaotic, right? Oh, thank you, D-Pad. Yes, yeah. I wasted a lot of time replying in the other thread, but I think people are focusing on the wrong details and misinterpreting what some of us are trying to say. Yeah, some people are under the poverty line. That's a big deal. So my thoughts about this generally are, like, first of all, I strongly agree that I think medical knowledge is too gatekept. Like, the number of times that I have, like, a health question, and, like, to be fair, I have chronic health issues, like, I have random shit that pops up sometimes, but, like, I did not know, for example, that your ears can get stuffy like your nose does. Like, I thought that I was having ear infections, but it turns out I was just developing seasonal allergies, like, 3 years ago. And also, like, the people didn't tell me then that it could be seasonal allergies. If I had been turned on to that idea 3 years earlier, then I would have had, like, less concern over why my fucking ears are stuffy most of the time when it's warm out, you know? You don't notice correlations like that if you're as bad at keeping track of time as I am. Yeah, I won't learn anything new about the DM Vosh debate. I'm interested in seeing how they both handled themselves as a person who enjoys both of their content, you know, and is, you know, I'm just interested. I'm invested in what's going to happen. So, I don't know where, I may have left off somewhere and I'm not sure what it was. I'm going to take a drink of water real quick because my throat's starting to dry out. Drink water, okay? Not a good stream subject for donos, apparently. We gotta reel in some new people so that we can so that I can just not keep, like, tapping the same people for, like, please join my Patreon. It's my birthday, please. Yeah, so many people acted as if we were saying we want to destroy our current production lines to make alternatives that are worse or non-functional that would kill people, which is not the case. It's not my birthday literally today, Gayfesh. My birthday is going to be, it's like the last Sunday of the month, I think. I think it's a stream day, so we're probably going to stream that day. Unless my partner, like, makes plans for me. I might talk to him about that. I might be like, I want you to surprise me on my birthday. Make me feel special. So basically, like, I think people care about themselves enough to do DIY properly. I think people care about other people enough to do medicine properly, you know? I think most people go into medicine because they want to help people, except most cis female nurses. If you're a cis female nurse, I'm sorry. I'm suspicious. Okay? I've known too many cis female nurses who are just the worst people. So, most other people who go into medicine, as far as I can tell, care about people. People care about people, right? Profit is the thing that disrupts the caring about people, right? So, personally, I think that, like, the profit motive is the main problem. I don't think if you just got rid of the profit motive that it would eliminate all the problems necessarily. I think a lot of nurses are sadistic, or even if they're not sadistic, they're at least, like, bigoted against someone. So, I mean, they literally still get taught in medical school that black people don't experience pain the same way that white people do. So, it's a kind of cursed institution. We strip nurses and doctors of their, like, human interaction in those environments and stuff. Like, there are things besides the strict profit motive that make the medical system not work for people the way that it should. Yeah, it's very fucked, Gayfesh, true. So I think that decentralizing medical care is kind of what Demon Mama was advocating for, like, decentralizing control. Oh, yeah, here was what I was going to say earlier. I hate that I do this. I'm sorry. I know that my streams are really hard to watch because of this. I feel like I have to ask my doctor often. Like, my doctor has a service where I can text him, basically, and I'll just be like, hey, I have this relatively small concern. Can you tell me what's up with that? And he's like, it's probably seasonal allergies. And I'm like, why did nobody teach me that? Like, why ain't nobody teach me that? It's really annoying. Like, a very basic medical knowledge. Like, you know, a lot of people go to the doctor because they're just worried about something. Like, apparently a significant number of doctor's visits are just because people are concerned about something. And you know what would resolve that concern is fucking information. If you just, like, give people a rudimentary medical knowledge, this type of experience is normal. Like, this type of pain is normal. Breaking a bone doesn't hurt nearly as much as you think it does. Like, you think it's going to be a world-destroying pain, but it's not. So you can break a bone and not fucking know if you just expect it to hurt that bad. You know, like, I would have loved to have a kind of basic education about that. But it's gate-kept. It's locked up. Like, doctors are so separate. Their job is so different from... It's, like, so specialized, apparently. Apparently, like, lay people don't need to know basic info about their health. Yeah, I mean, yeah, our healthcare system is for profit, and that makes it very shitty and inefficient. The vast majority of my doctor's visits have been because my work required a doctor's note for an absence. True. Yo, it's your boy. I need a note for depression. Yeah, Morningstar system. I think I've seen some people, I don't know if it was medical doctors, but in an academic, like, someone claiming that one of their fellow academics said that, like, well, we can't make this type of information more readily available because then what difference is there between us and the peasants? He didn't say that, but yeah, it would be nice to have real-ass healthcare. I am sincerely, like, at a point in my life where I don't know if it's not a better idea to move to a different country just for that, you know? Like, I could do my job anywhere. My partner is a flooring installer, so he could technically do his job anywhere. If I were still an electrician, I would not be able to do my job anywhere. So, a lot of these things I agree with, okay? And I honestly have a problem with the way that people respond to this, okay? So, like, Doe says, like, I don't like supply chain infrastructure bureaucracy. And then someone comes in and says, like, why don't you, as an individual right now, to me on Twitter, now in this moment, explain the entire alternative system that you have to our current supply chains. Like, insert issue here. I see it happen all the time, and it's maddening that people are like, oh, you have an alternate proposed idea about the, like, you say, like, society should be different. Well, you need to outline a crystal clear plan that covers all contingencies for how the systems are going to continue to function. How are we going to do national defense? How are we going to do notifying people about the weather? How are we going to do farming? How are we going to do movie distribution? How are we going to do movies? How are we going to film them? You know, like, they ask all these fucking questions as though the entire endeavor of human experience isn't built on collaborative cooperation. You have to, like, you have to pitch an idea to a room, and then as a room be like, okay, if we were to try to get to that end goal, how would we do it? This is, like, very, very upsetting, like, maddeningly infuriating to me. I just don't understand why these people think that, like, an individual on Twitter has all of the answers. It's like, we just have to collectively decide that we should be doing something differently, right? And then as a group say, like, yeah, let's start brainstorming ideas together. What would it take to transition to that? And my response to those people is just starting to become return to monk. I'm not a primitivist, but these people think I am no matter what I say, so I'm going to roll with it. Fair enough. Yeah, Giovanni, I don't need a thoroughly fleshed out plan to replace the current society we exist in order for me to criticize it. Yeah, it can be, like, it's always going to be an ongoing process until a saturation point is reached, and then things get really intense, you know? Like, if there is a sudden change. And those are tricky to navigate because it could, you know, who seizes power after? You know, it depends. Who fucking seizes power after? So, there are a lot of things that I agree with about anarchism. Like, this idea of, like, cooperation, smaller scale communities, community gardens, you know, maybe even, like, community gun ownership. Like, these are all ideas that I've heard and I don't have any strong disagreements with. Yeah, Gayfesh, that's a really good point. The solution to a problem may be in the mind of someone who doesn't know the problem exists yet. So we should openly criticize systems even if we have zero solutions. So it appeals to me in a lot of ways, right? The issue that I run into mentally with the idea of, like, reducing governance to the level of a community, right? As an American, there are plenty of communities, small-scale communities here, that if you were to decentralize governance, like, there would just be slavery. And queer people would just be murdered brutally. Like, these things already happen, and they already have happened. I watched an interview recently of a person who is still alive, who was enslaved, within, like, in the 20th century, like, just in a small isolated community where they continued to keep black people as property well after Juneteenth, you know? So, and like, it is literally entirely possible that there is still chattel slavery of black people happening in isolated communities. There is no way to know. So it kind of scares me, the idea of, like, a decentralized form of governance where it's more local, because that just makes the problem of just move to another state even worse. Like, if I live in a red state, which I do, like I don't have a meaningful vote because of all the gerrymandering and all that shit. Like, I don't have a meaningful vote, so I would need to move. But, like, I live in a relatively liberal area, so maybe the local area that I live in would be okay to stay in. But, like, I'm just afraid of what do you do if you have queer people living in violently transphobic or homophobic small communities that are anarchistically governing themselves? Like, if those cultures exist, then queer kids are going to be born to them, because queer kids are born to anybody, and then they will be ruthlessly not treated well. Yeah, definitely gay fish. States are a problem in both meanings of state in this context. Oh yeah, no, that's fair, Morningstar System. The fact that that's happening now is actually why I don't believe in that fear having merit. It can't or won't stop that now. The solution clearly isn't the government. They aren't fixing it now. Yeah, you're right, and I thought that while I was saying it. Our current government is also infested by those kinds of people, like the kinds of people who wish that they could own slaves, you know? So I don't know if it's just that, like, what do you do? I don't know. Like, there's not really, like, a good answer. This is why political discussions are so complicated, because you can't just sit here in a live stream with, like, 30 people and hammer out how a society should be put together, you know? Like, you know, taking the neoliberal stance of, like, oh, well, if we just put the right people in the government, then we would be able to... if only we put the right people in the government, then we would be able to go after those small communities and wrangle those white supremacists and free the rest of the slaves for real this time. But I think systems of power are just, like... Is this where anarchism starts? I think systems of power might just be, like, inherently... they inherently draw the kinds of people who abuse power. Like, I'm the kind of person who would probably be pretty good in a leadership position, but I do not want power at all. I think the kind of people who seek after it are probably, like, the worst kinds of people to have, though, but in those positions. But the people who are good at it are never going to want to do it. So, I believe in states so long as they are run like a leftist streamer's chat room. Old woman Josiah, I don't know if you actually want that, because I am, like, a dictator in this space, you know? Like, the only way in which, like, you can influence my actions is if you all decide not to be here ever again. So I guess you limit my behavior in that way if I want to continue having people to come here and chill and hang out, but... yeah, being banned from the community for having one mid-take. I'm gonna stop... I should stop making jokes about that one particular streamer. Yeah, the philosopher king as the ruler. So I guess, like, I am open to the concept of anarchism. I'm interested in it, definitely. But I recognize that I'm still pretty early in my thinking about this. I probably have a lot of, like, very baby-type response. Maybe, as someone who is a fucking child, but who is open to the idea, I should interview someone who actually knows something about anarchist theory. And then we can get some answers. Because I know that, like, for example, Alora was floating an idea about doing, like, a queer disability panel, and I know that I'm a fucking newbie about disability stuff, so I would be there as an audience stand-in to ask questions, basically. Gloria Miller brings us a quote from Brock Adams in the YouTube chat. To achieve world government, it is necessary to remove from the minds of men their individualism, loyalty to family traditions, national patriotism, and religious dogmas. 'Tis interesting. Yeah, we did a call-in stream the other day. Yeah, Cotton Deep Hat, I'll open that up. We did a call-in stream the other day that was, like, strictly friendly. Only had a couple people on who I know. Well, I had one person on who I know and have been friends with, and the other people were just chatters who wanted to pop in, and we had a good time. I think it was a pretty relaxed chat. I enjoyed it. I need to finish listening back to it. I've listened to most of the section where I was talking to Leftist Owl, but I need to finish listening to the rest of it. Yeah, I listen and, like, watch all of my content back, by the way, because I enjoy my own content. This is a tweet thread from someone else who I don't know, and it's a long tweet thread. Maybe we'll skim through. Just have managers who are really into trains. True. Okay, let's switch, and I guess we'll read this thread. So it seems to me this entire discussion about supply chains is going in circles because it is actually a veil over more specific theoretical positions that people hold, i.e. degrowth versus progressivism, planning versus spontaneity, environmentalism versus social ecology, etc. Excuse me. A lot of people in the discussion seem to have assumed that there is a sort of standard anarchist position on several of these topics when they are actually all hotly debated in both the historical and modern body of anarchist theory. Personally, I think we should try to figure out answers to logistic, tactical, and strategic problems ahead of time. Though there are some wonderful examples of people springing into action and doing things right spontaneously, there are also many counterexamples. It is true that historically, anarchists responded very broadly that we cannot tell you how everything will be organized, the people will have to decide. I think this was due to a variety of social pressures, including the critiques surrounding scientific versus utopian socialism. It was conceived that if you tried to figure out answers ahead of time, you were utopian. The scientific perspective was that whatever happens is what is meant to happen. Personally, I find this position naive. It accidentally encodes a progressivist teleology. It is easy, after all, to point one's finger to radical processes already playing out and say, well, whatever that does, that will be anarchism, anarchist socialism, communism, but in reality, people must struggle forward with goals in mind and enact those goals as per their conditions. Oh my goodness. Oh, itchy, itchy, itchy. Okay. Hey, subscribe and join the Patreon if you want to, or do a site donation. Any of that stuff, always very appreciated. This is my job now. So it is easy, after all. Oh, hold on, no, I already read that one. Do you think, for example, that our enemies simply point their finger to processes playing out and say, well, whatever that does, it moves in my direction? Of course not. They survey the landscape, they assess their goals, and they plan scrutinizingly. We must do the same. The difference is that we must be planning for how we will perpetually maximize autonomy, collective freedom, solidarity, and so on as we strategize on that observed landscape. And that absolutely does require us to think of how things will be done and carry out those plans. If means and ends are intertwined, then nobody should delude themselves into thinking that various infrastructural, logistic, administrative, or technological systems will simply snap into place at some millenarian rupture point. We must build consciously. Wolfgar, thank you. I appreciate your $10 dono. That's the only dono we've gotten so far today, and I appreciate that. That's $10 for groceries. $10 for groceries, my friend. So far we're basically saying, like, there should be a plan, okay? And I don't think that Doe was saying that there shouldn't be a plan. I think that Doe was saying, like, why the fuck are you demanding that I come up with the plan? Like, I'm the ideas guy, you know? Is, I think, kind of the general vibe that it was trying to convey. So, I guess unless you all have some more thoughts, that was more or less all I had on the Doe Demon Mama situation. Having not watched the debate between Demon Mama and Vosh, and this, you know, again, me just being like a baby. Like, I'm a leftist. I've been a leftist for a while. I don't know exactly what labels fit under that broad definition. I am the type of person who tries to avoid specificity in the labels that I choose to use, apparently. So, yes. We love having the crossover with Demon Mama's community. I think that I would like that. To have some crossover. That would be really nice. So, yeah, Doe was talking about large supply chains, and everybody jumped into interpreting that as being against all types of supply chains. Yeah, like Doe is arguing against exploitative practices and stuff like that, you know? Yes, like the stream. Thank you, EB Purple, for the reminder. It is a lot later than I normally start dinner. I need to get some food in the thing. And then it'll be about 20 minutes until the food is actually ready. So, Baphomet, hey. Imp Gang, hello, yes, Imp Gang. Now you're a member of the Horde as well. Thank you, Imps. Oh my gosh, we love to have Imps here. Thank you so much. So, Baphomet. Also, I recognize your name, Baphomet. And every time Demon Mama says it, she says Baphomet, and I am baffled by that. But I'm just going to throw some food in the air fryer real quick. And maybe run to the restroom, because we've been going for just about 2 hours. So, Horties, don't go anywhere. Yeah, exactly, Baphomet. Yeah. Yes, Gayfesh, you or someone else pointed out to me that Demon Mama did used to go by Dragon Mama because of her fascination with Alexstrasza, and I just didn't know that we were as similar as we are. I just didn't know that. Like, my favorite, like, one of my favorite things in World of Warcraft was the cinematic that would play at the end of the quest line in Dragonblight in Northrend. I am not going to go on a huge WoW tangent because I know I will lose all of you. But Alexstrasza is in that one. You know the one. Good. Yes, I should play WoW on stream. I miss WoW so much. I love Alexstrasza. And actually, Alexstrasza is one of the photos I sent to the artist I just commissioned for drawing, like, essentially my persona / the dragon who is going to be, like, the personification of me, the dragon streamer, on this channel. I commissioned art that will show up before we stream and when I step away to go to the restroom or something. So I'm really excited about that. And Alexstrasza was, for one very specific reason, was one of the photos I sent for reference. I keep wanting to get back into WoW, but that means giving Blizzard money. True, exactly. Well, so it's not Blizzard Activision anymore. They were bought out by Microsoft, weren't they? So I don't think it's the same leadership staff anymore, but I'm not sure. That is one deterrent. Another deterrent is that because I am only just now self-employed and I'm trying to see if this is going to work out without me having another job to supplement it, I do not have a video game budget. I do not have a video game budget right now. So, okay, fair enough, Gayfish. I don't know if that purchase has been finalized. Okay. I know that they were talking about it, so it would be nice if they got bought out by someone else. That would be better. Still in the process. Okay, I see. Yeah, thank you, Baphomet. I really, it's been going super well so far. We will see how it goes. Basically, like, for the last 2 weeks of February, this was my only job, and then now, like, I'm gonna see how things go for March. Like, if at the end of the month, it seems like I'll be able to save a little bit consistently, like, not be absolute bare bones paycheck to paycheck, then hopefully I'll be able to just stick with it. So we're just feeling some things out, basically. We're figuring some things out, seeing what works, seeing how many people we can get to subscribe. I think the next thing I will talk about is the video that I posted yesterday and the issues that people had with it. Because a natural segue from what I was just saying is, like, hopefully we can keep getting people to subscribe and not keep getting people to unsubscribe like I did with the video that I posted yesterday. So, if you haven't watched it already, I guess I'll have to, like, tell you what happened in it. Oh my gosh, we have 5 gifted tiers, 5 gifted tier 1 subs from Decoy Duck. Thank you. We are doing a Mayo side. We are conducting a Mayo side today. Thank you. Well, Gayfesh, I took a position on Vouch and I also said multiple slurs. So, we'll talk about that when I get back, I guess. Yeah, I am going to go ahead and refill my water, go to the restroom, start. Yeah, it was Gayfesh. No more white names. True. Oh my gosh, we truly have reduced the number of white names considerably. That's really awesome. Amazing. And now we need to get more white names in here so that we can convert them. That's the never-ending process that we have to engage with right now, okay? So, Luxander, former SJW, used slurs in a video that they posted publicly on YouTube. What? Amazing. What happened? Hello, dummy. Hold on to your butts. I'll be right back in like 2 or 3 minutes, okay? Okay. Yes, we had some gifted subs from Decoy Duck earlier, which is massively appreciated. All right, Horties. I'll be back in a minute. Oh, I do need this cup if I'm going to fill it up. Okay, I'm back. We did not lose too many people. Oh, we have wowies. Oh, I love the wowie. I am just a huge fan. Scatter! I caught you. I caught you red-handed. Oh my gosh, it's like off the screen. Scatter. I love the little leggies. It's so cute. Honestly, dummy, yes. Turn the chat into a clone of Vosh chat. That's totally fine with me, you know? Oh my god, you guys did that for so long. Oh goodness gracious. It is cute. It's so cute. Okay, so... ooh, I should set a little timer for myself so that I remember to, like, flip the food in, like, 10 minutes. So, this segment is going to be interrupted by my timer a little bit. My apologies for that before we get into it real quick. Okay. Oh my fucking god. Yes, your Vosh take had people in your comment section malding. Yeah, I do this thing sometimes when I do videos because, like, I'll do the thumbnail, but it'll be the opposite of what the video is actually about. So, like, I made a video called, like, what are bi-lesbians? Like, can you be a bi-lesbian? Is that a thing? And in the picture, I'm like, you know, but I'm actually fully on, I like think that you can identify as a bi-lesbian and everybody in the world should shut the fuck up about it forever. So this time the face that I'm making in the thumbnail is from the video, but it's a face that I'm making at J.K. Rowling. So it looks like I am against what Vosh did. And that's kind of like sort of tricking my existing audience a little bit, I guess. Like, you here on the streams, I think for the most part, are people who also like Vosh and Demon Mama and other people like that, right? What's up, Alexis? So you all, if I am edgy, you all are going to be like, oh, that's mild. So it's different on my YouTube where I'm like an SJW, you know, and like I have been for a long time, and I still believe in most of those things. Like, to be clear, my opinions haven't really fundamentally changed on most important social issues, right? I just... Oh my gosh, we have just a Streamlabs dono for $25 with no message, but thank you, Crunchy. That's awesome. Yeah, so basically, like, I think people were really surprised because, like, for me, I've been slowly getting into being edgier, and, like, on stream previously, when we had that, basically, like, the entire stream was about whether I was gonna call you the kobolds or the whelps. Like, that was the whole stream. There was at some point during there that I said the F slur, you know? And I don't typically say those terms unless I have, like, a reason. Well, but I'm not calling you either of those things anymore. You're all the Horde. You are the Hordes. Although if you are in the Discord server and you're helpful in the Discord server, you are also a kobold as well as a Horde. There are kobolds within my Horde. Yes, you've got it. You can spell it any way that does not invoke the term for sex workers. See, it's interesting. Like, okay, like, one of the donation tiers should be kobold. I don't know that they're called anything. Are they called something? I guess there is supposed to be a role in the Discord server. That's something else I gotta figure out, is, like, the site subs are supposed to have an integration with Discord, but I don't know how to set that up so that if you do a site subscription, you would also get a role in my Discord server. Is that what you guys are talking about? Within the Discord server or on the website? Does the website say? Oh, I guess if you hover over it, it says tier 1 subscriber, so maybe you can change that, I think is what you're saying. I think you can change that, so. We would just have to decide what the levels are. How do you escalate, you know? Wyvern is my moderators. So you cannot have Wyvern for any of your tiers. Anyway, I said the F slur in that video. Casually. Someone was like, oh, you want to name us after something that starts fires like a cigarette butt? And I was like, oh, so you want me to call you the F word? So I have been easing into being edgier on streams, but I don't necessarily post that shit to my main channel. The VOD channel is separate. You can find Luxander VODs on YouTube. That's the name of the channel. If you want to see the full streams afterwards, that's where they are hosted. I think I can add a header up here. I will. I'll add a header up here on the website so that you can find the VODs more easily. But I don't post segments to my main channel that include that stuff usually. So I made a video. It was the very end of stream, by the way, also. At the very end of a 5-hour stream, and it was after midnight, and I was drinking. So, but I was sober when I posted the video. That was a sober decision. Oh, is there a VODs button? I already set it up? Good, okay. I didn't remember if I had set it up or not. I thought that maybe I had deactivated it for some reason. So, in this video, in this stream, which I lucidly edited and posted publicly to my main channel, where I have a brand and a reputation for being an SJW, I basically, I said idiot, stupid, bitch. Maybe not bitch by itself. I said dumb bitch, definitely. And the R word. Which these are all, if you're an SJW, those are all bad words. Yeah. So, because idiot, I guess, it has to do with if these words had, a medical stigma, and I guess, idiot was one of those words that was just, it's ableist. It's you're denigrating someone's intelligence, right? And we have been talking in the Discord about this. If you're interested, we made a discourse channel in the Discord specifically so that I can talk about these things, so that we can talk about these things together and not clog up general chat. So I have already received some feedback on this issue. The context, by the way, for all of those words was me saying, sometimes it is viscerally satisfying to me for an ally to use these kinds of words in a weaponized manner against transphobes, against transphobic people, okay? So, I was like, okay, it would be satisfying to me for someone to call J.K. Rowling a dumb bitch, or to say, instead of validating a transphobe's argument, saying you're being fucking R-word. So that's how, I was like, it would be weaponized by someone else, and then I would watch it and be satisfied, okay? That was the context in which all of these words were presented. Every single person who took issue with my use of any of those words, nobody said, oh, you're not only are you defending Vash's misogyny, but you're also calling her a dumb bitch. Nobody got on my case for that. Every single person who brought up any use of slurs was like, your use of the R slur was really shocking to me. And, that got me thinking about why that is. Oh, thank you, dummy. I mean, I've been editing for a long time. It's hard to edit streams because I make so many asides, and it's hard for me to decide, like, sometimes I think that my slower pacing is a better delivery, so it's just finding that balance. But thank you. I felt like it was pretty tight. So it's interesting to me, first of all, that we have this reaction to this word, right? I participated in the creation of this environment, by the way. It is partially my fault that we treat... It did blink over there, too. Okay, but that was weird. That must have been my video card. Must have blipped out for a second there or something. Anyway, I lost what I was saying entirely. Love that for me. Jesus. It's because I saw that black blip, and then I saw it again over on the live stream, and I was like, did that really happen, or was it me? Yeah, I remember your videos in 2020, and I would never say the person in those vids would say the R slur 2 words later. Yes, yeah, so I, am gonna go, I'm gonna go toss the tater tots, and then I'll be right back. Okay, so, I was not gone for long enough. Scatter. So, I used to think it was unacceptable to use this word. Like, I used to think that it was totally unacceptable. After, when I was younger, like, my brother and I, and my mom, like, my mom was, like, 15 when I was born. For context, she's a very young mother. Sometimes the relationship was probably a little bit more sibling-like than it should have been. But I have 2 brothers and a sister. So my brother and I would call each other the R word. And, like, in a very particular funny voice for one particular inside joke and stuff. Like, it was just common. We just did that. And my mom would participate. And it wasn't like... I mean, obviously it was jokingly denigrating, but, like, it wasn't serious. And then gradually, it got more and more and more, like, taboo. And, like, I don't see anyone reclaiming it, for the most part. Maybe in private, but for the most part, like, I see people, like, reclaiming the F slur and the T slur. But for the most part, I don't see people calling themselves the R word. And it's interesting to me that this word has, like, we avoid it so much that we've actually, like, for me, there's been a significant change. I mean, it's, I guess, like, so for my reaction to it has also been like, whoa, like, did you just say that? Like, because we took this word that was, like, fairly casual. I'm sure that it was weaponized against people in a very mean way. I'm sure that it was even called, I was even called that, like, not necessarily in a totally joking way in some of these contexts, I'm sure. But it's interesting to me, like, how did that happen, you know? And is that a good thing? You know, these are the kinds of discussions we've been having in the Discord. And the kids still use it casually. Like, I still think that, I mean, like, I know, like, the people that I just was, like, working with, the electricians that I was just working with, would say, that's gay, in that way. And they knew that I was gay. Like, I was stealth as a guy married to a guy. So, people still do that. People still say, like, that's retarded super casually. Like, people say that's gay super casually, you know? Like, yeah, I see Vosh go, I'm autistic, so I'm allowed to use the R word, but like the way he uses it is just the way everyone else is using it. If your reclamation is just to use it the way it's always been used to hurt people, that's not really reclamation. Yeah. And so I'm like not making the reclamation argument, because that isn't reclamation. He's just saying, I am autistic, so I'm allowed to weaponize autism against people, I guess. Which I don't think that's really how it works. I think it's more like, I generally, like, I don't even disagree that it's harmful to the group at hand, okay? I am literally not even making that argument. It wasn't that bad, Mersh. It was, they didn't mean anything by it. I was just like, really? Like, you didn't think about it very hard, did you? Yeah, so, like, I'm not making an argument for reclamation in general. I just think it's interesting that this word is so taboo. Like, no one is even reclaiming it. And I don't know that I think that that's a good thing, that we are, like, avoiding it to that degree. But, you know, one of my mods in the Discord was saying, like, wouldn't it be a world that we're aspiring toward, to be allowed to be that hypersensitive to slurs because we don't hear them often, because we police this well enough, you know? Like, literally, like, basically what I'm saying, to just to fully explain where I'm at, is I'm not saying that it's morally good for Vosh to use misogyny or sexist remarks, or for him to say the R word or anything. Like, it's not, like, morally good to do that, but I don't think it's morally bad. I think that it is, like, it's like something that is, I can't say that it's a good thing to do, but it satisfies something in me, you know? Like, I cannot deny that, and I don't know what it means. Vasha said that, quote, I can be ableist because I'm autistic is the joke explanation, not the real explanation. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't think he even really, I think he's basically where I'm at. I don't know, I don't actually know for a fact if this is true, but that he's like, I don't think it's all that harmful, but people won't shut the fuck up when I say it. Like, this is the thing about, like, the kind of person that I have been for the past few years, okay? There have been, like, multiple issues where I'm like, I think you're all fucking wrong, but for the sake of not having to hear you say another word about it, I will change the way that I talk, or whatever. Or, like, to avoid having had that discussion in the first place. Like, it happened in my Discord a couple times, my old Discord, where I was like, I firmly fucking disagree with either an individual or a group, and I'm just gonna acquiesce because I don't want to hear another fucking thing about it. Which is, like, not a good reason, I guess. The food came out of the air fryer, so I'm gonna grab that and deliver some to my partner, so I'll be back in, like, 2 minutes. So, again with the dogs. So basically, I don't think, like, I'm not trying to say it's morally correct or necessary or anything like that to use slurs to denigrate people. I don't think using slurs as an attack is necessarily, like, I don't think it's necessary, you know what I'm trying to say. So Alexis asks, what do you get from him calling her the R word that you don't get from him saying, you are so wrong, I can't discuss this with you? Not being antagonistic, just wondering, like, I understand the good feelings from the shutdown, just not necessarily from the insult. Yeah, morally neutral or morally gray, maybe, dummy. Like, whoever, like, whichever way you want to say it. So I would say, well, it's because it's unacceptable to say that, I think. It's, I mean, it's like cursing, you know? Like, the word fuck releases chemicals in my brain the way that, like, saying the word fudge just doesn't. You can gradually replace one with another, I suppose. But, like, if you know, if you were to expand your don't use ableist insults to include words like stupid and idiot and stuff like that and dumb, then like, I mean, there's like a visceral kind of satisfaction in like insulting someone, in like tearing them down, in like trying to hurt them. It's like trying to hurt them with your words. Like, I kind of appreciate the art of trying to create more creative insults, like you fucking walnut, or like you've never made a woman come before. Like, those are good. They kind of hit a similar sort of scratch. They scratch a similar sort of itch as just being outright fucked up to someone. But like, it's because you're being fucked up to them that it's cathartic and satisfying, is what I would say. I don't say crap because I'd rather say shit. Thank you. Yes, old woman Josiah. It feels better in a certain sense because it has the subtext of, it isn't even worth maintaining respectability when this is what you believe. I think that that's really close. I think that's really close to what it is. Like, I'm gonna abandon, like you are not even worth the height to which I hold my principles normally, you know? Like, I'll fucking fight dirty. I'll break my own rules to fuck your shit up. My morality is flexible, bitch, you know? But this is all an exploration, you know? I'm not saying any of this definitively. And I'm not saying that I am morally right for feeling the way that I do. We're just exploring together. It's so sensitive that it catches biatch. That's pretty good. I mean, for me, it's not like I don't really think of it karmically. I'm not really thinking of it in the sense of like, oh, well, J.K. Rowling hurt people, so she deserves to be hurt. I'm not really thinking about it in terms of like, she deserves to be hurt. I know I do. Am I gonna have to like pose for them at some point, and then someone's gonna have to edit them out? Because like, I would like to have custom emotes that are more about me than Vosh, but the Vosh ones are good to have temporarily. It's fun to clap back, it's true. Jack Coleman says, I'm just really basic about this. Being righteously mean is fun. I agree. It's just being mean and getting visceral satisfaction from being mean to someone who deserves it. Again, not attempting to justify, merely attempting to explore and explain. Yeah. Rowling is so arrogant she's almost beyond insulting. Yeah, fair enough. It is kind of a hedonistic approach, Trout Dealer. I think that's fair to say that it is a little bit of a hedonistic approach to the morality of calling people bad words, you know? Manic Jack, I don't really watch some more news that often. Yeah, you do need to make me laugh. You have to get better at it. So Manic Jack says, some more news did a video. I don't watch Cody's videos because I just don't need that kind of energy in my body. I love his content, but I just, like, can't imagine being in that headspace. Like, I know the headspace that I know his videos are going to put me in most of the time, which is why I don't watch them. But I do love Cody's Shody. My partner's actually been watching a lot of Cody's Shody recently, which I did not expect. He's so loud right now. So Cody said, we have cruelty in us. We all have cruelty in us, and we need to express it. And the healthiest way to do that would be to those who express cruelty indiscriminately. Best news dad I could have asked for. I thought news dad was Philip. Cody's not like a dad to me. Phil is a dad. So, oh my gosh. Is there something that we could maybe, like, watch and react to while I eat? What do you think? Because otherwise I'm going to eat really slow. Cody called himself News Dad once. That's true. How long is it, Gayfesh? It's not very long. I saw a meme recently that was like, me puts on a 45-minute video so that I can just snarf my food in 2 minutes. I was kind of thinking about pulling up the Cody's Shody video if you guys could figure out amongst each other which video it was. But yeah, Mickey, like, Cody called himself News Dad once, but whereas Philip, people tried to call him News Daddy, and he was like, please don't do that. I wish there was any reason for anyone to call me blank daddy, you know? That would be fun. Okay, Gayfesh's video is only 20 minutes, and I still haven't watched it. Okay, I'm ready to eat. So I'm going to pull up Gayfesh's video. And if anybody here isn't subscribed to Gayfesh, you should go subscribe to Gayfesh. Subscribe. What is that link? Okay. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum-bum-ba-bum. Put that there. And we'll put this over here. I got too many windows. Too many windows. Dummy, I have never considered the idea of someone turning on a video of mine while having sex, but now I'm thinking about it. I mean, people have been like, I put on your videos to fall asleep to. Rip. I like cooking vids okay, but I only like chaotic cooking videos for the most part. Anyway, but we're gonna watch Gayfesh's video. Oh, I guess the one last thing I wanted to say about the use of the R word is, like, the main criticism that I'm onboarding about this previous thing was that people didn't expect it from me. That I should have given more warning because I am a person who people thought it was safe to not hear those kind of words, and then I just kind of came out with it all of a sudden. That's a valid criticism that I'll take on board. I don't know if I think that it's morally wrong to use the R slur in the context that I used it, or in the context that I was portraying it being legitimately used in. Anyway, we're going to go over to here. And then here. And watch this video. Well, let me see. I gotta pull up this other thing. Beep. Okay. And we gotta make sure that the volume is good, so.
Listen up, furries. I see you out there playing Smash or Pass on Pokemon. I've seen the Vaporeon copy pasta. And if I'm...
Okay, and you know what else I also need is to have my earbud in my ear so that I can hear the video. Okay, my desk is a little bit of a mess. I need to clean it this week. Okay. Yes, hearing is important to the content of the video, probably. Unless you just pull up the Star Trek characters for me, and then I just say Smash or Pass.
Listen up, furries. I see you out there playing Smash or Pass on Pokemon. I've seen the Vaporeon copy pasta. And if I met Low Pony, I would. But just like the YouTube algorithm, y'all are sleeping on sex and Star Trek. And I don't just mean the phenomenal feature-length documentary by Jesse Gender. Jesse, if you're watching this, come guest on my podcast. No, I mean the pure oozing libido of the final frontier. But I'm not gonna do a simple smash or pass because sexuality ain't binary. Presenting Gayfesh's Star Trek Smashability Tier List! Before I get started, don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell.
Do those things.
Some ground rules. This is not a how hot are you ranking. Physical attraction is only one part of the equation.
True.
Personality and history are definitely going to play a role. I'm also probably going to be missing some folk you want covered in DS9 because, sorry, there's just too many and I had to whittle it down. I'm also going to exclude anyone who was a minor when their character was introduced. So no Wesley, Jake, Adira, Gray, Kess, or any of the cast of Prodigy.
Okay.
Finally, I'm not ranking Andy Billups because we respect and stan our asexual king. So, let me just turn this thing on and... Oops. There we go. Plugged it in. Been a while since I charged this pad. Let's get started with the original series cast.
Am I familiar with the shoefish kink? No, and it sounds terrible.
James T. Kirk. B tier. I know, it's James Kirk, legendary for f***ing his way across the galaxy. He's a good-looking dude, don't get me wrong. But sometimes it feels like he doesn't really understand consent.
True.
In the immortal words of Sonic the Hedgehog, that's no good.
True.
Spot.
That was a good Sonic.
S tier. You're only gonna get one shot every 7 years at this, but he's gonna be so amped up that it's either f*** you or kill you. Leonard Bones McCoy. B tier. I was inclined to say D tier at first, because anyone that folksy and anti-technology probably doesn't know where the clitoris is, but Jadzia did imply that Emily Dax slept with him, and he had the hands of a surgeon.
Okay,
so
fair enough.
I'm gonna trust her judgment on this one. Montgomery Scotty Scott. C tier. I'm sure he knows his way around an engine, if you know what I'm saying. But there was a whole episode dedicated to him getting put on leave because a woman screwed something up in engineering and he decided to blame all women. Nyota Uhura, A tier. One of the greatest ad-libs in the show was when an oiled-up Sulu grabbed her and said, "I'll protect you, fair maiden." And her immediate response was, "Sorry, neither." Which was a wonderful way of saying, "I'm black and I f***." Hikaru Sulu, B tier. Dude's in great shape and knows how to work a pointy thing.
I thought you didn't like George Takei.
Why are you calling me? You're literally right here.
I'm just saying, I thought you'd rate him lower.
Buddy, if I was ranking them based on their actors, I'd have to pull out the F tier for Shatner. Pavel Chekhov, D tier. For the life of me, I never understood what is attractive about that Davy Jones haircut. And the dude is just a real weirdo. Christine Chapel, C tier. Gorgeous, but she only has eyes for Spock, so it's never gonna happen.
Yeah.
Janice Rand, B tier. She wasn't on the show long enough to get a proper overall read, but I love that beehive. Mress, D tier. I got nothing against furries, but the only reason I like back scratching is because human nails are dull. Having sex with Acadian means bleeding out.
That's true.
Also, you're a fish and she's a cat. She'll eat you.
You're a catfish.
BRB, gonna eat myself.
Psychic damage.
Eric's, B tier. 6 limbs might make positions a little more awkward, but it certainly is an intriguing proposition. Jean-Luc
No, you have more leverage. Even more
D
positions.
tier.
D tier? He's the sexiest bald man on the planet and you're going with D tier?
Sorry, but he's Space Dad, and I am not pulling a reverse Oedipus. Also, he rocks that bald head, but you're really gonna say sexiest bald man when Avery Brooks is about to come up? Will
Yeah,
Riker,
I'm not like attracted to
S
Picard.
tier. How you not gonna sleep with the dude who Kirk's more than Kirk? Not only does that beard really complete the look, but he's far more often the pursued than the pursuer. Absolutely have sex with this man if you get the chance, but make sure there's room in his schedule. Geordie LaForge, C tier. Sorry dude, you're way awkward in your romantic overtures, and creating holograms of real people to fall in love with is an ethical quagmire I ain't gonna touch.
Is it,
Tasha
though?
Yar, A tier. Make sure she wears that outfit from the Naked Now, and she's definitely someone who will let you know before you cross any
She
boundaries.
fucks. Definitely.
Worf, C tier. It would be a solid D if not for the inherent kinkiness of Klingon sex. I'm sure I'd have.
Yeah, the one thing that I really think Lindsay Ellis deserves credit for is like her coining of the phrase growing the beard as an inverse to jumping the shark.
Fun in the moment, but the dude has hang-ups. He's gonna pout when you don't marry him right after, and he's definitely the jealous
I don't care, gay fish.
boyfriend type. Also, consider that Worf is opposed to bathing. Beverly Crusher,
She's the first person I ever heard say it, therefore she gets credit for it. That's how the internet works. Haven't we already learned this by now?
A tier, especially if she wears those pink pajamas. And if you light the right candles, you might be in for a little supernatural three-way.
Oh
You don't
yeah,
mind her
I
grandma
remember
sloppy
that
seconds.
episode. It was
Deanna
so
Troi,
weird.
B tier. The emotional connection would be out of this world, but she seems like she's got fairly vanilla tastes. Data, A tier.
He's fully functional and programmed in multiple techniques. How's that not a solid S?
2 things. 1, yeah, he's programmed in techniques, but this is the guy who did it. You gonna trust that?
Ew.
And second, I prefer a little emotional connection in my sex, something Data can't provide for most of his character's run. To be clear, he's an A tier, so I definitely would,
Yeah.
but it's gonna be a world-class sex doll. Catherine
Fully agree with that, gay fish. Like, he would kiss you, but only if you asked.
Pulaski, C tier. She's just a gender-swapped McCoy, and she doesn't have a Dax to vouch for her in the sack. Q, S tier. When you have the chance to fuck a god, you take it.
Do it.
Guinan, S tier. She's hundreds of years old. I
It's the same principle as Q.
guarantee you she knows techniques you ain't even heard of. Benjamin Sisko, S tier. Not only are you sure to have a good time, he's gonna cook for you beforehand. Plus, he's literally the Bajoran Messiah, and he
I
punched
don't know
out
anything
Q.
about this dude.
Odo, S tier. Are you kidding? He can literally change
I don't know
himself
that dude
into
either.
anything. Want a new hole? Need a hole plugged in a new and unique way? He's your guy. Want to smash all those Pokemon you swiped right on? He can be them. Jadzia Dax, S tier. If there were a tier higher than this, she'd be there, and it would be named after her. Folks, Dax doesn't just Dax has 9 lifetimes of getting her on. Curzon Dax canonically
enough.
died from Jamaharon, and if my man can take the Horgon all the way to the hilt, he automatically ascends to sexual stomacore.
Gay
Jadzia can
fish.
throw with the best of them, and she ain't picky with looks. She f***ed a dude with a transparent skull. I tried that once, and let me tell you, paper bags disintegrate pretty quickly in the ocean. Esri Dax, C tier. I know, I just talked a big game about Dax, but Esri brings a lot of baggage and integrates very differently with her symbiont. She's cute and all, but I get the feeling she just starfished the whole time. Julian Bashir, B tier. Dude, you're cute, but you can be annoying and actually a little creepy sometimes. Plus, you are clearly oblivious to Garrick's advances.
You're forgetting that he's genetically engineered with a super brain. He probably could calculate a way to get you off in like 2 seconds.
I'm a little Demi. There's more to sex than just technique. Miles O'Brien, A tier. A man-child like him landing Keiko means he's gotta be laying some serious pipe.
I thought there was more to sex than just technique.
Yeah, being the descendant of a union man is a big plus too. Quark, D tier. Misogynistic troll and a capitalist to boot. Sure, he can be charming, but most of the time he chooses not to. And you know he doesn't care if you came. Kira Reese, B tier. She should be A, but her taste in milquetoast men before Odo suggests she's rather vanilla under the sheets. Now, if we were ranking the Mirror Universe counterparts, she would definitely be S tier, but so would all Mirror Universe counterparts. That universe horny. Wei Yun, A tier. You'll probably get stabbed in the back when you're done, but Vorta are extremely diplomatic and eager to please, if you know what I'm talking about.
True.
Win Adami, D tier. Heinous bitch and space pope to boot? So you know she's got all that religious baggage that will make her incapable of enjoying it.
True.
Plus, she fucks Ducat, and I will not be metamorphosed with Space Hitler. Female changeling, D tier. Sure, you've got all the selling points of being a changeling, but unlike Odo, she's literally the head of a genocidal regime. You can do better. Cassidy Yates, A tier. She's a strong and independent freighter captain, and for those with a breeder kink, even 24th century contraceptives don't always do the job.
Oh my goodness.
Elam Garrick, S tier. Tinker, Tailor, Soldier, Spy, Garrick will plainly and simply give it to you from behind, and then berate you for turning your back to him. If you listen closely, you can hear the sound of 1,000 bottoms key smashing. Ducat, D tier. Aforementioned Space Hitler.
Okay.
I don't sleep with fascists. Damar, C tier. Works to redeem himself in the end, so he gets bumped up, but only after he was pushed out politically. So he's like a space Rudolf Hess. Rom, S tier. I don't care what he looks like. Whatever Lita sees in him, you should too. The dude quotes Karl Marx, unionizes Quark's bar, and becomes the Ferengi Bernie Sanders at the end of this series. This Umox is praxis.
Based.
Martok, B tier. Martok may be the GOAT Klingon, and Klingons are kinky to boot, but like his eye, he has only one love, and you ain't her. Lita, A tier. If she were actually Chase Masterson, it would be S tier for sure, but Lita is a little dumb. Catherine Janeway, B tier. I'm a sucker for that voice, but her holodeck browsing history shows she's into some old-timey shit. Apprentice to Leonardo da Vinci, governess of a lord's manor, girlfriend of a 19th century Irish bartender.
Boring.
Cute though. Chakotay, D tier. Dude, if you were any more boring, you'd be a block of wood. Akuchi Moyo yourself up some bitches. You're far from the bone of this
Yeah,
person.
dummy. You were fun.
Alana Torres, S tier. A formative crush of mine growing up in the 90s, and according to 7 of 9's lack of understanding of boundaries, she is a very noisy Tom Paris, A tier. Good looking, sarcastic, bad boy streak to him, plus he hit it and quit it when he was a transwarp salamander, something Chakotay couldn't accomplish in 7 years. Neelix, D tier. He's jealous, possessive, and that whole mess with dating a 2-year-old is an instant turnoff.
Kessa's species only lives 9 years. That's not a fair comparison.
Assuming we're working with, like, dog years here, that still only makes her a teenager. And Ocampan females don't hit sexual maturity until 4 or 5. Tuvok, C tier. Tuvok's dispassionate disposition isn't even overcome during Pon Farr. 7 of 9, B tier. Gorgeous, but emotionally distant. She may have assimilated a lot of awesome techniques, but she has a good chance of breaking you, and I like my limbs intact. Plus, those implants probably chafe. Look at her hand. You want that on your groin? What I'm saying is, she's hot enough to override these concerns to an extent, but not enough to hit the higher echelons.
Fair.
Harry Kim, C tier. Did he take Jordy's How to Get a Date class at the academy? The Doctor, B tier. He's the wrong kind of nerd for me, but I can imagine some creative uses of his holomatrix. Jonathan Archer, B tier. I don't really think of Archer as a sexual being. Sure, he has sex, but it never really registers to me. But he's got a dog, so that's a big plus.
Wow. Gonna talk about loving dogs right in front of me?
Hello, bi person here. I'm allowed to like two things.
True.
Phlox, S tier. The entire Denobulan race is S tier. They're all poly and have zero sexual repression. You know you're in for a good time.
Oh yeah, I remember
Plus,
those guys.
Have you seen how long their
Oh my
tongues
god.
are? T'Pol, D tier. The cat suit is
She's
for
so
the
stuffy.
studio and doesn't reflect her personality. While she did warm up to her crew eventually, T'Pol is cold, detached, and condescending for most of her run.
Yeah.
I get the feeling she would be judging you for sexual etiquette you weren't even aware of.
Yes.
Malcolm Reed, C tier. I prefer a man who knows what he likes, and Malcolm doesn't even know that he likes guys. It's the 22nd century, dude. You're living in a fully automated luxury gay space communism and you don't know about the gay part? Travis Mayweather, C tier. I know, it's not your fault, bro. It's on the writers that you were never given a character. If you'd had a couple more focal episodes, I might bump you up. You're cute.
You're cute.
Hoshi Sato, A tier. Hoshi started as the most timid and unspace-worthy officer on the NX-01, but is canonically the first human to partake in Jamaharon. And to steal a line from Kirk, she has a talented tongue. Charles Tripp Tucker III, C tier. His sense of propriety would get in the way of having a solid good
also in
time,
Enterprise?
and I don't really go for that folksy charm.
That one was really
Michael Burnham,
just full of stuffy
C
characters,
tier.
wasn't it?
Entirely for her benefit. She tends to have a habit of making bad decisions that lead to disastrous consequences. See, starting the Klingon War, dating a sleeper agent, serving under a Mirror Universe officer, whitewashing the crimes of a genocidal maniac.
Whoop.
I don't want our hookup to lead to, like, the Tellarites seceding from the Federation. Saru, C tier. Sometimes someone can be too tall. I'm 6'2", and I'm a big enough guy to admit that seeing people significantly taller than me is intimidating. Plus, I don't want to get in the way of his thing with the Vulcan president.
You also live like shorter lives. Like tall people live shorter lives. The taller you get, the more complications you have in your living situation.
Paul Stamets, B tier. Before the mycelial network mellowed him out, he'd be a hard D, but he softened up enough in his demeanor that now he can instead take the hard D. Sylvia Tilly, A tier. I'm a sucker for redheads, and the way she babbles enthusiastically and nervously reminds me an awful lot of Season 1 Data, who was easily good enough for Tasha. Hugh Culber, A tier.
Well, no, I know, Gayfesh, but you were saying you don't want to be that tall, weren't you? You were like, I'm 6'2", and that's already pretty big. Like, well, yeah, if you're much taller than that, then you actually start to have, like, complications as a human.
Tier. Sometimes I want someone who will listen. Ash Tyler.
Oh, okay, my bad. Sorry. Yeah, like, that's fair. They're intimidating, but they will also die sooner.
D tier. I'm sorry, but I can't trust that his programming won't activate mid-coitus and snap my neck. Joanne Owoshikun. S tier. She's buff, she's badass, she runs ops, she's hot, she was raised by Luddites and was like, F that, I'm going to space. And of course, she's one half of my favorite ship. Kayla Detmer. S tier. The other half of my favorite ship.
Have a good night,
A kick-ass
Baphomet. Thank you
pilot
for
with a
coming by.
cyborg
Thank you for
undercut
your
who only
sub.
Owo
That was awesome
truly
of you.
understand. The writers fucking know, by the way, and they're toying with us. Non. A tier. The Barzans are known for dedication to booty above all.
That's duty above all.
Duty to that booty.
Duty to that
Jet
booty,
Reno.
true.
D tier. I love her to pieces, but I'm just not attracted to her in that way. Remember, this is
Was that Tig Notaro?
not a ranking of favorite characters. I put Picard in D tier for God's sake. Gabriel Lorca. S tier automatically by virtue of being from the Mirror Universe. I know I said no space fascists, but I meant no prime space fascists. Christopher Pike. S tier. What a beautiful, beautiful man, and my favorite captain in all of Star Trek. Cleveland Book Booker. S tier. Incredibly sexy accent, incredibly hot, incredibly only the second cat owner in Star Trek?
Interesting.
Philippa Georgiou. S tier. Same reasons as Lorca. Agnes Girardi. D tier. She's murdered half the people we know she slept with. I'm not flipping that coin.
Fair enough.
Soji Asha. S tier. She's created from harvested neurons of data, is flesh and blood, and has a full range of human emotion. That Androssi got Narek questioning his loyalty to Romulus. Elnor. C tier. The boy's cute, but while you were hooking up in college, he studied the blade.
True.
Also, he was raised by nuns, so that's a toss-up.
Yeah.
Rafi Musiker. A tier. Get her sober, and it's S tier. If she brings me to her trailer at Kirk's Rock, it's S+. Cristobal Rios. B tier. Although, if his holograms come as a package deal, I could be convinced to bump it up to an A.
Yeah.
Oh, that the sextuple multiplier. Beckett Mariner. C tier. Call me crazy, but she comes across as a total pillow princess. Brad Boimler. B tier. Brad's a good boy. You'll have to make the first move, but he's so eager to please that you could probably let him do all the work. Devana Tendi. S tier. Tendi doesn't do anything without the maximum amount of enthusiasm. Plus, her pheromones are a natural aphrodisiac. So, Sam
True.
Rutherford. A tier. I feel like you could just walk up to him and be like, hey, do you want to go have sex? And he'd be like, okie dokie. And 20 different sex programs would activate in his cyber brain.
Okay.
Carol Freeman. C tier. Self-centeredness seems to run in the family. I feel like she wouldn't even sleep with you unless it could benefit her career. Jack Ransom. C tier. The sexy thing about Riker is he didn't really try, he just did. Ransom is a tryhard. Shax. S tier. I have only 3 words. It's naked time! Tiana. D tier. Like with Imres, I am not looking to bleed out when I'm scratched. And
Yeah.
unlike Imres, that's likely to happen even if we aren't f***ing.
True.
She's surly. So, what do you think? Where do you disagree? Any characters you think I missed? Leave a comment down below.
I'm gonna write about how you're wrong about all the Cardassians.
Wow, even Garrick?
Especially Garrick.
Be sure to like, subscribe, ring the bell, and share the video with your friends. Subscribe to my Patreon to get shouted out in future videos. Check out my Bandcamp for banging tunes, including all the tracks you heard in this video. Follow me on Twitter at GayestFesh, and don't forget to check out my podcast, The Rest of Both Worlds, where I go through Star Trek The Next Generation with a friend who's never seen it. Thanks to my patrons Piftle Cakes and Renee Vorbeck. Your support is greatly appreciated. See you all in the next...
Yeah. I was just vibing. Awesome. I'm glad we did that. That was entertaining. I think you're really funny, Gayfesh. I think you're really funny. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Can we move back over here? Okay, good. Yes, thank you for allowing me to react to your video. I didn't have any other plans for today, y'all. It's only been like 3 hours. Sometimes I cap out. Sometimes I get tired after 3 hours. Cotton D-Pad says, I take issue with your assessment of feline characters. Claws can be trimmed, to be blunt. Yeah, Data, it seems like Data would be a first choice, but I would say, I don't know, like, I don't know who is my number one. in a Star Trek. I've only seen like 3 of them. I've only seen 3 of the series of the Star Trek. So I think of the series. Yeah, no, I totally agree with you, Gayfesh. Like I said earlier, like Gayfesh, or not Gayfesh, Data, they were just right next to each other and my brain fucked up. Data would, like, he would kiss you, but only if you asked. Like, it would not be a very romantic thing. Jadzia Dax is my number 1 pick. Yes, I got that impression from the video. I haven't watched Voyager. I think that's Voyager. I haven't watched Voyager. I guess I should catch up on these things, though. I have, I should probably start making some free time, you know? Oh, is it Deep Space Nine? Okay. So I should watch Deep Space Nine. It's the one that everybody says that you should watch anyway, because of, like, O'Brien, and it's really good, apparently. Well, Voyager is the one with Janeway. Yeah, so I've seen Enterprise and TOS and TNG. Oh, you were totally crushing on Wesley Crusher without realizing it? That's funny. Yeah. I don't know. You know, I don't really think of the characters in Star Trek about their hotness very much. It's an interesting thing I'd never thought about before. Yeah, I remember that. Gayfesh. I mean, not like in detail, but I kind of broadly remember. I left my last boyfriend because he was emotionally unavailable, and then I went to you, and... yeah. Yikes. So Data with an emotion chip, maybe, though. I could see Data with an emotion chip being pretty good. But yeah, I didn't have a lot else planned for today. Normally I tap out after 3 hours, but I'm feeling pretty good. I started a little earlier than I usually do, and I haven't had any alcohol today, so that probably helps a little bit. I'm not entirely sure that I won't now that I've said that, because that's how that works, apparently. Cravings. So I'm open to just kind of talking about whatever, or if someone has any oh my god, I'm so burpy right now. Recommendations, meme reviews, whatever. You can think about it. I'll think about it as I take a brief break to do a post-eating food bathroom visit. As you do. What's up, Gene the Bean? And Avery in the YouTube chat. And Zucchina. Hello to you folks. P-break. Yeah, thank you, Mersh. You know, I was curious if people were going to have more pushback about the content, but like I said, the stream audience is very different from the content audience. So I think you all don't really have any issues that I haven't already addressed about, you know, being hashtag problematic. Frankly, I'm probably just, like, having a little bit of a moment, and then I'll settle back somewhere in between, like, saying the R slur during the stream and being as uptight as I used to be. We'll probably balance out somewhere in the middle. It's probably as bad as it was gonna get. Or as bad as it is going to get, you know? Bring cat, maybe. Yes. I'll use the restroom, I'll find a cat, and I'll bring you one. If you want to yell at chat, I bet we could manufacture some disagreement. I bet you could. I certainly think you could. Let's let the adversarial relationship happen naturally if it's going to, you know? Someone I'm friends with on Facebook today was like, well, where we're at right now is, like, Vosh is mad at his community for being mad at him for being misogynistic. So like that, I guess that's where we're at. And I commented like, that is the eternal tension. It's just how it always is. And I really love it. I love that all these people still watch Vosh and they're like, I can't believe you said this. But then they're just like still, they're like, do better, Vosh. And he's like, these fucking people. It's like really, really, really funny. Oh my gosh, very funny. Okay, taking a quick break. We'll BRB. Someday I'll have music. Gayfesh, you gotta tell me your prices, because that's the only way I'll know if I can afford it. Okay. I was like, what are you all doing? Only had one Wowie while I was gone that time, which is actually kind of sad because while I was gone, I was thinking, wow, you know, it's really sweet how they're probably just posting a lot of Wowie while I'm gone. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, you gotta keep me on my toes, it's true. Yeah, so was I like, I'm gonna do something when I get back? Was there something specific I was gonna do when I got back? I don't think so. Emma with the Pepe hands. I love Pepe hands. Pepe hands is one of my favorite Pepe hands is one of my favorite emojis that I've ever seen anywhere. Oh, I was gonna say, one other thing that I was gonna say is I think that there's a broken link somewhere for donos. Like I mean, it's not that it's broken. I still receive them, but that they don't pop up here. So if anyone has donated through Streamlabs and it hasn't popped up on the screen, I need to know what link you clicked so that I can fix this. Because I'm not sure which it is. But I'm pretty sure that I have PayPal notifications that indicate that I've received more donos during this stream than I have actually seen pop up on the screen. Oh, shouldn't you be catching those burps in jars to sell later? Maybe. I know. I was thinking about something earlier, which was that I was wearing these socks. They're long, stripy rainbow socks, but then I got warm. If you've been all the way back at the beginning of the stream, I got warm and I had to take them off. But I was thinking before I streamed, while I was wearing them, I was like, I'm going to wear these on stream, and if I show them off, I might show, like, this part, but I'm not going to show my feet. And I was like, I'm going to even say on stream, I'll be like, you don't get feet pics for free, babe. Like, I'm not going to end up on WikiFeet. I probably already am on WikiFeet. If I were to have a WikiFeet, like, there probably are feet pictures of me on the internet somewhere, just because I've been on the internet for fucking ever. But yeah, no, like I think that would be a pretty easy conversation with my partner, too. Like, my partner and I have been in an open relationship in the past. We're currently monogamous. I think that it would be a no-brainer if I was like, hey, people would pay me hundreds of dollars for feet pics. Do you mind if I sell feet pics? Like, it's not sexual to me. I don't care. Okay, I didn't think I did. I'm just saying, like, I was just like, I think that there's probably some pictures of my feet on the internet. Not, like, without socks. But I used to post pictures of my socks. And they were toe socks, so I would post pictures with my toes. But maybe they're all on Facebook. I'm not sure. Yeah, Forrest, you missed it a while ago. To be fair, I didn't come out hot on anything. I was like, these are all interesting ideas, and I didn't watch the Vosh and DM conversation yet, so I can't weigh in on that part. OMG, why is this a consideration people need to make? LOL, wild. I mean, it's just like, I've been making content on the internet for a long time, and I considered and have continued to consider the possibility of doing cam work or, like, posting photos. I actually got fully signed up to do webcamming. Like, fuck, I guess it would have been, like, 8 years ago? I don't know, it was a while ago. Maybe more than 8 years ago, a while ago. I got all set up to do it, and then I just never ended up doing it. Like, I had sent in photos of my driver's license and everything. I was fully confirmed and set up, and I just never hopped on to do it. So I've thought about doing that kind of stuff before, but, like, having been in a mostly, for the majority of that time, monogamous relationship, like, I'm about to turn 28. We started dating when I was 15. Got married when I was 18, because I was like, well, we've been together for 3 years, like, and I'm ready to change my name now. Like, so we've been married for almost 10 years. And yeah, so sorry, I had to register where I was at again. So I wouldn't want to necessarily at this time try to negotiate, like, posting actual, like, what I would consider to be actually sexy pictures. But feet, who fucking cares? Like, I don't think that would be an issue at all. Oh, Jack, you're silly. I say this like I haven't also considered similar things, especially during lockdowns. I mean, it's just a way to make money, I guess. It's just, I don't have any qualms with it. It's just how much work is it, basically. Like, posting feet pics, I feel like would not be too difficult. No, Mage, I don't dual stream to Twitch. Someone in the YouTube chat asking. I do not dual stream to Twitch. If you're looking for the chat on screen, you'll find it at the top link in the description on the YouTube page there. Don't forget to like the stream before you come over to the chat. But yeah, I don't know. I try not to give feet away for free. and I'm also not prepared to sell feet pics, so that's the nebulous gray space of just trying to keep my feet off camera. This is basically what I'm trying to say to you. I need a new chair, man. This fucking sucks. I don't know if you've noticed, but I can't really see it right there. I am sitting in a wooden kitchen dining table chair because I was using a hand-me-down office chair which broke a while ago, and chairs are expensive, and I need a comfortable chair because, well, I could just get any shitty chair, I guess, that would be slightly better than this one, but I feel like if I'm going to buy a chair, I want it to be a decent chair, and it needs to be, like, relatively comfortable and soft because I have chronic pain, you know? Need AI technology to automatically blur out feet, true. Selling feet pics is more work than people assume. In what sense, Mage? Like, is it more work in the sense that, like, photography is hard? Or do you mean more like marketing? Because I feel like some of the work for me is already going to be done. Okay? There's people who are attracted to me and who express that openly. And I don't think it would be hard to have, like, some kind of audience for, like, obviously, and, like, feet is, like, a very specific fetish, even within the small goal of people who, like, the small group, the small pool of people who know who I am. But that's why you set the price pretty high. Set a chair goal for fundraising. Yeah. The next, yeah, so I probably should every time have a stream goal, but that doesn't, I can't have a stream goal if half of, hold on, I just want to double check, like, how many have come in today, because I just don't think that I've gotten all the notifications for all these. Maybe I didn't. No, I did. Definitely. There was a $25 one that didn't come up, but I don't know if it was, like, I just don't know where it is messed up at. I know that I have a link somewhere that's broken. I just don't know where it is. Anyway. I need to... the next thing we're going to have to fundraise for is going to be the art, probably. The YouTube link didn't work earlier? Okay. I just fixed that. It should be the same one. Okay, well, at least I know that. If it is the one at the top of the YouTube stuff, then we have restrictions for ad suitability on this, the donation specific one. Okay, the one that says one-time donations via Streamlabs. I just put that link up. That's so weird. Okay, well, I did mess up and create 2 accounts, but that's supposed to be the one that's connected to the Streamlabs right now. Like, I don't know why. It's so weird. Yeah, like, I'm logged on. I'm literally logged into Streamlabs with the same account that is in that, the URL. Like, you can read the URL, you know? So that's just interesting. But I'll try to fix it. Anyway, I'll make a point to try to fix it. Or maybe I'll just switch it out with a different link and see if that just works in the future. We'll just see if that works differently in the future. Okay? I just switched out for the previous link to the previous account. Maybe it's just the one that's still connected. The last time you tried it was 2 streams ago, so maybe you fixed it. Oh, okay. Well, maybe I did just errantly change it. But I think it was one today, so it might be the one on the website. I know it is difficult to get it to work the way that you want it to. Technology is it's a huge part of my job now. It's like having to figure that shit out. I don't know why you would do that to me. Why? How can this happen to me? I've made my mistakes, got nowhere to run. Night goes on as I'm fading away. Sorry if that was really annoying. I mean, I'm not that sorry, but I'm a little bit sorry that was annoying. It's just gonna happen sometimes. I'm just gonna be fucking obnoxious sometimes. Especially because I don't have anything to think about right now in particular. Be me, become programmer, make life harder for everyone. True. No thoughts, head empty. True. I really wish that I could be a thembo. I just am not. Like, I just can't stop thinking constantly. It's actually like, yeah, that's a big part of the treating the PTSD, hopefully. Fingers crossed. When you can't get the donos, gotta sing real sad like. True. I hope it's not the fucking donate button on the website, chat, because I don't know how to fix that. I thought that I already did. My brain is too smooth, the smoothest there is. Your words slide right off. Oh my god, old woman Josiah, like, I have this fucking thing that I've just always assumed is an ADHD thing. Okay, thank you, Crunchy. Thank you so much, because I was worried that it was that. Maybe people are just clicking the PayPal link because they don't want it to show up on stream. That might be the case. That's totally fine. I wake up with like songs stuck in my head. Hey Mage, what's up? Welcome to the website chat. Welcome, website chat supremacy. The past few days, I've been like waking up with the same song in my head in the morning, but it's not in my head throughout the day. I just wake up in the morning and it's in my head. It's an Owl City song. It's not that Owl City song. Grubber brush should put a little makeup. I see you. It was not that. No, it's not that Owl City song. Forrest, stop, you fucking zoomer. Yes, I listened to... Actually, Owl City is another one of those things, kind of like World of Warcraft, that is just, like, baked into the beginnings of my romantic relationship that I have. Like, there is a turnpike between where we lived when we were first dating, and one of the songs is like, "'Cause riding a dirt bike down a turnpike always takes its toll on me." And just like, there's so many little things like that just exist in my brain, because I used to listen to Owl City all the time. But he's cringe now. He is cringe now, and fucking Christian posting all the time. Thank you, Gayfesh. I think so too. I actually have an extremely dynamic range when I'm in practice. Thank you, Alexis, for your dono and the test. Oh my gosh. Just reconnected to chat there for a second. When they made iPod video and everybody freaked out about the ability to load internet videos on your phone and watch them in public. True. Okay, good. Thank you, Alexis. I so appreciate that. I'm assuming that the ones that are not showing up on stream are because people don't want to use Streamlabs or they don't know what Streamlabs is, so they go with PayPal because they know what PayPal is. Like, that's totally cool. As long as I'm just going to have to keep that in mind, I guess, if I'm receiving donations during streams that are counting toward a goal like I put up here sometimes. He always was Christian posting. I mean, some of his songs during that time did have those tones to them, and I just kind of chose to ignore them. But I didn't think any of them were straight up devotional, or that at least couldn't be interpreted some other way. Most of them in any case. But it got worse. I mean, like, I just, like, tuned out for a couple years and didn't listen to any of his new stuff, and then when I tuned back in, he had a song called Galaxies, and I was like, fuck yeah, dude, a song about galaxies by this guy, it's gonna be so random and amazing, and then it was literally just hardcore Christian posting, and I was like, god damn, so cringe. I guess that explains why there's no sex in his music. Yeah, true. I'm trying to think of, like, the times... Okay. That was not during the Fireflies era. That was after. Wait, was that in 2011? Oh my god. Maybe I just missed that one. It might have been right when I stopped listening to any, like, new stuff for a bit. I really, like, go in and out with music, actually. Yeah, no, Fireflies came out in 2008 or 2009 because my partner and I started dating in 2009, and it was, like, on the radio regularly when we were... Like, he heard it on the radio for the first time right when we started dating, or maybe right before we started dating, and he was like, you need to listen to this song because it's amazing. So it would have been... So the song maybe was published in 2008 or 2009. Do I like any oldies or classic rock music? My mom was really into classic rock because of a guy that she dated, and I am not, like, a huge fan because of that reason. I really hate that Fireflies became a meme because that's a banger. I guess, like, I'm not, like, super familiar with the memes of Fireflies. Or maybe they're just really old and I don't remember them. Classic rock? You mean like Nickelback? It's been long enough. Yeah, we need to start changing the names of the genres again. Lynchburg, Virginia doesn't sound like a grand old place to live. But yeah, like the first, like, 3 albums of Owl City, I am, like, very familiar with that music. And it's one of his songs that keeps being stuck in my head. I think the song is called... It's called Cruise and something. Captains and Cruise Ships. Old captains and brand new cruise ships sailing over the briny sea. I just keep waking up with that song in my head for the last few days. I'll crash my beloved desk job and swim through the debris. Weird. But that's ADD for you. That's, like, part of why I don't love listening to music all the time, is because I already have so much fucking noise in my head at all times. It is overwhelming. I realized at some point a few years ago that none of my memories are quiet. Like, the thing that I was remembering when I noticed this was I was remembering sitting at my desk watching this show called Talk Heathen with my headphones on like this. And so the only noise that should have been in the memory was the voices. But I realized that there was all this, like, other stuff, like this just white noise that was just like, I am constantly thinking about stuff that is, like, it's noise, it's oppressive. It's kind of a wonder that I can think. God had to nerf me so hard. Old Woman Josiah, were you familiar with that song that I was singing? Or did you look up a specific one? Oh, Fireflies has been chopped up and used for sound memes on TikTok to this day. That's fair. Forrest, you know Talk Heathen? Do they still do it anymore? I don't know if they do. I haven't watched it for a while. I was really into it for a few months, but that was it. Hey, Luce. Fireflies was also a big Tumblr meme. Ah, well, I was not on Tumblr. I've gotten all my Tumblr memes from Facebook. Haven't listened to any of the ACA stuff since the debacle. That's fair. I don't think I have either. I like jazz conceptually. I don't listen to very much jazz. Swing, I'm not sure if I'm familiar with the genre enough to say. I wonder how much trauma was foregone not being on Tumblr. Maybe. Alexis S., I believe the debacle that's being referred to is that some YouTube creator who was somewhat affiliated with the ACA made videos about trans women in sports and how they shouldn't be, and it caused a big social split amongst the ACA. Some people like circled around this guy and were trying to protect him even though he wasn't really like a member, I don't think. And other people like straight up quit their volunteer positions. Yeah, letters from the American Civil War, 19th century. Okay, yeah. That would have probably been around the time that I was watching Talk Heathen. And, like, because Mr. Atheist and I haven't done any work together in a long time. Every time I mention Mr. Atheist in a video, or Jimmy Snow, because his channel is not called Mr. Atheist anymore. Every time I talk about Jimmy Snow in a video, people are like, and I'm like, I don't know what happened. We don't really talk anymore, and I don't watch his shit anymore, so. I have done content with Jimmy Snow. We did like a video about vocabulary. He just invited me on to do vocabulary, queer vocabulary, and he precipitously lost subscribers after working with me. So it kind of only happened once. And then other people in the atheist community also didn't want to do content with me, and I was like on my way out anyway, I guess. Actually, Godless Cranium also did content with me. Godless Cranium, after I did content with Mr. Atheist and it hurt his channel, Godless Cranium invited me to do a little segment on his channel too. That was really kind. I really appreciated that. Like, we haven't talked in a long time, but I, in retrospect, like, that was really, really, really meaningful to me. But yeah, the atheist community has historically had problems. I have been on board. I've been around in the atheist community for like 2 major splits, and one of them had to do with sexism, and the next one had to do with transphobia. You just have to oh, Godless Cranium goes by they, them now. Okay, my mistake. They invited me to do content with them, and that was quite meaningful to me. Lucy, what are you doing over there? Lucy, what are you doing? That's what I thought. Don't fucking climb on shit. He's been climbing today. Yeah, Gayfesh, I heard that there was some, I mean, people keep alluding to there being, like, sexual harassment something, and I'm like, So, I dipped out of the atheist community twice now, so I'm kind of just, I think the leftist space is good. I like that there's, like, I finally found, like, the sweet spot between, like, you know, people who are gonna reject my gender and people who are socially conscious. You know, I feel like I found a new little middle ground. We've got that, like, Vosh Demon Mama kind of area where it's like, we're a little bit problematic, but we validate people's genders, you know? Like, I guess that's the sweet spot for me. Oh, that sucks, Gayfesh. I'm sorry to hear that. We lost an 11-year-old cat last year, and we've both been really upset about it recently for reasons that we don't understand. I think settling into a new apartment without him is really difficult. So, yeah, when Jacqueline Glenn did that video with Ariel talking shit about non-binary people, as someone who followed atheist YouTubers, I was like, what the fuck? Or hell? Yeah, you said what the fuck. Yes. She has recanted those beliefs, I guess. Jacqueline, not Ariel, to be clear. A little problematic as a treat, true. Have I heard of Roe? I'm not sure. If there's... I don't have context on that. I need to take pills. Not really pills, just singular pill. Where the fuck are they? They're under my keyboard. There they are. Oh, shit. Jacqueline, she did... Or, yeah, no, Ariel. Yeah, you're right. No, Ariel... Well, it's weird. I like, in my most recent video that I spoke about Ariel in, I was like, oh, I would say that it's profitable for her to be making all these stupid videos at this point, but it's not. Her channel's dying. So it's not even, like, profitable. What is this?
Hello and welcome.
Oh, Ro Ramden. Ramden? Probably Ramden. Ro Ramden. I'm not familiar with this person, but now I have been exposed to the concept of their existence. Really? How recently, Mage? Mage, the thing that you just said about Jacqueline, how recently? We need a med check to complement Vosh's mod check. I don't know what those things mean. I was about to start watching Ro Ramden, but I saw them talking mad shit about Vosh on Twitter, and it just annoyed me. I know, it's so hard. It's so hard being someone who appreciates Vosh content, because everybody talks mad shit, and you just have to be like, yeah, he is problematic. I'm problematic. He's the problem. Yeah, her channel's dying because she hasn't gone full conservative and she tried to talk topics that weren't about trans issues, yeah. Oh, yeah, Mage. No, I do think that you shouldn't... I don't think anyone should be friends with Blair White. I mean... The last time I believed someone who said, I'm being friends with this problematic person in order to change their mind, it went real bad. If she went full Gothics, she'd probably see more money. I've heard Gothics. I can't remember what it is. In terms of talking shit on Vosh on Twitter, have you seen Cat Black's new mega thread? New mega thread. How new? Because I did see that she was tweeting about it a few days ago. Let's move you all around a little bit so that I can find her Twitter. Cat Black. Oh, shit. Okay, I am finding it. I'm looking. I don't know if it's the mega thread, though. Gothics is a conservative black woman who has the visual aesthetics of an SJW. She's been blowing up on YouTube lately. Interesting. I don't think Vosh is a grifter. I really think that Vosh has the same problem that I do, which is that we're compulsively honest. It's an autistic thing. So, the Cat Black thread on Vosh. Let's see. Okay, let's see. So, I follow Cat Black on Twitter, and I've watched her on YouTube for longer than BreadTube has existed, right? Like, I've been watching her content for, I would say, minimum 8 years, if not longer than that. So, you know, Cat is kind of like aloof. I think I said this in the last stream, that like the fact that she's kind of aloof and detached from all of this is one of the reasons why I appreciate her perspective, because she can be like, I don't know, the detached observer is less invested and like emotionally biased, you know? I feel, I mean, it's not like she's immune from emotional bias, but yeah, the fact that she's just like, I don't really care about this, actually. Like, this is pretty trivial, you know? I appreciate that. It's a very, it's the kind of, like, mentality that I associate with, like, dragons, and it's one of the positive attributes that I associate with dragons. It's something that I, personally, just am kind of into, right? So, we'll switch over here so that we can read this. She also, like, posted on, sing more on stream. Yeah, Emily, I should sing more on stream if for no other reason than people compliment me a lot, and I like attention. So let's just read this. So I'm only making this thread because I was mildly entertained by the encounter, and I wanted to share a good laugh with my audience about it. Yesterday, Vosh sent me a series of private messages saying that he didn't really appreciate the conversations I was having on my page. A few days ago, I made this tweet where I asked transgender women specifically if misogyny, even when ironic, is helpful in advocating for transgender rights. As you see in this post, I specifically asked for people to ignore that it was posted by Vosh, because for me, this wasn't Vosh specific, even though Vosh was the person who said it. I was attempting to have a conversation about the helpfulness of this tactic. My position was, and still is, that misogyny, even when ironic, is incredibly easy to avoid when advocating for trans women, and especially against people who believe misogyny is the driving force for trans activism. I am not an idiot who doesn't understand humor. I know that Vosh was joking, and I know that he wasn't serious, but my position was, as a prominent person advocating for transgender rights, his misogyny is not helpful. I'll be very transparent about my feelings about Vosh, since I am constantly being pressured to express something about him or interact with him. I've had this conversation before, but here it goes again. My impression of Vosh from our personal conversations is that he is a very egotistical, self-involved person who prioritizes views and controversies that bring him views, over actually effectively advocating for the people he claims to advocate for. I'm a bit older than most people who seem to be obsessively drawn to streams. The idea of sitting and watching a person ramble for hours about things doesn't appeal to me personally, and if you've watched my various attempts to stream, it's clearly not something I'm into. That said, I've seen very little of his content and engaged with him very little, but I predominantly see him in my feed in this context, where he is utilizing sexism, racism, or transphobia, ironically, while apparently, quote, bringing people to the left. My position on him has pretty consistently been, I don't get it, but if he's bringing people left, I suppose that's a net positive, but I know from our personal conversations that he is a very clout-driven person who truly believes I should appreciate him. And the thing is, without any malice in this, I simply do not. I am simply not invested in him, his image, his rhetoric, etc. And when he contacted me, I immediately responded telling him as much. Now, this may sound harsh, but if I were in his position, I'm not sure why I'd care about a smaller creator having a conversation about the things I said. He very facetiously said he wanted to speak to me because he respected me, but the conversation we had didn't demonstrate that. The first thing he said to me was that he appreciates me, unlike other lefty creators, and he hasn't, quote, dragged me on stream for that reason. This was a veiled threat, but of course, since I don't watch his content, him dragging or not dragging me on stream doesn't really matter. So I told him, do it, lol. To my knowledge, he hasn't, but I kind of wanted to make this thread in case he did, and folks are curious what my feelings on the matter are. How much longer is this? Oh my god, it's very long, and it's not even done there. Oh my god, okay, I might have to, like, skip through a little bit. I'm 5 years older than Cat Black, so her whole I'm too old for streams is stupid. Yeah, I mean, literally, like, my dad is, you know, old enough to have a 28-year-old child, so. And he streams, so. Anyway, yeah, so Vosh presented to her a hypothetical. I know this because, I've already seen her talking about this elsewhere, by happenstance. He tried to present a hypothetical to her where, like, if a like a black hip-hop artist were being misogynistic, would it be, sensical to call him out for being misogynistic? I don't know. At this point, make a twit longer, LMO. True. Yeah, I'm sorry about the colors over there. I am gonna fix it. It's just tricky to figure out. Hey, we have a new member on, YouTube. YouTube memberships are up. For Dragon Slayer 001. So we're gonna skip through here a little bit, I think. Yeah, she felt like he was trying to pin her into a yes or no answer. I'm always opposed to misogyny in music, and this idea that only black people do it, so I wouldn't muster a defense of his misogynistic lyrics because he was black, which was his assumption. So yeah, she's saying, like, I feel like Vosh tried to catch me in a gotcha in DMs. Sorry, I just don't want to be here orating this all night. Because it is starting to get to a point where I'm like, oh, it's like actually almost 10 o'clock and I would like to go, like, hug my partner and stuff. This is a mega thread. You were not kidding. You were not kidding. Inevitably, I will read this entire thing. Again, I value Kat's opinion. If for nothing else, then I am just, like, years of investment into, like, oh, like, I care about what she says. I don't know. Okay. It's an interaction I wasn't expecting, and it made me laugh. Oh my god. So I see where you guys are kind of, like... Is Markiplier trending? Unsurprising. He has a new show coming out. Read every fifth one, maybe? So I'm kind of, like, towards the end here. She's not invested in... I've got too much awesome shit going on offline to be really invested in online disputes with other bloggers. I truly do not care. They're only mildly entertaining to me. I have a fair amount of his fans in my audience, and a lot of them have said to me on Patreon that he is apparently good at researching and constructing arguments, but the edgy humor is holding him back from being as good as he could be. And that's my observation. You can even see in that tweet. The first tweet is a great point that he was completely sabotaged. That was completely sabotaged by the misogyny expressed in the second. A couple people said that in the comments of my video as well. It's entertaining to some people, but I'm still stuck on how unnecessary it was. The text-based conversation between us lasted at least 2 hours, and it's not a very pleasant read. I try not to be a bitch, but you can only say I don't pay attention to you like that so many different ways where it doesn't sound kind of bitchy. I could share these messages, but out of respect for his privacy, I will not. If I'm being frank, I barely had much of an impression of him before contacting me directly, but I left the conversation with a lower view of him. The messages were childish, the argumentation was childish and very manipulative. I've never watched one of his streams, but he seems to have a very Ben Shapiro style of arguing and talking. He gives me the impression that he sits in his own room, smelling his own farts, and is very satisfied by what he's smelling. It was just a lot, all because I said I wasn't a fan of his ironic misogyny. It's kind of like Kanye West publicly attacking Pete Davidson. My assumption of him was that he was above this. My modesty tells me that I'm a nobody. Why would Vosh, a dude who trends on Twitter all the time, even care what I'm saying? But he obviously did and was upset. It was just an interaction I wasn't expecting, and it made me laugh. At the end of the day, if he wants to talk shit about me on his stream, I gave him permission to do so. For other reasons I won't get into here, I kind of doubt that he would, but he certainly seemed to think I would be afraid of the idea of him doing so. I guess this is me playing chicken. Either way, I don't care and won't be watching and don't feel the need to clip and send it to me, because if he does, this is all very, because to me this is all very stupid and it's just much easier admitting you made a mistake. Yeah. This was mildly entertaining to me and that's it. I'm kind of tired of people asking for my opinion of him here, so here it is stated clearly. If he does attempt to call me out, which again I don't particularly care about, and I absolutely need to prove this, I will. Yeah, if they were actively talking for 2 hours, I can see it being a lot to deconstruct. And I mean, it's impossible to analyze without seeing the messages, and of course, like, that was a private correspondence. Of course, Jack Saint coming in, and anyway, so I can, obviously it's literally impossible to substantiate the claims about his behavior. I feel like Vosh would sign off on showing the DMs. I don't know. I mean, Vosh doesn't seem like the kind of person who generally would shy away from posting DMs. But I don't know. Maybe if he really did show his ass, it would not be as cute or whatever. I don't know. But I did see her, like, she was, you know, I can see that she doesn't have an investment, like I said, and I know that she was, she's been critical of him before, you know. Yeah, no, I don't think he would post them without Kat's approval. I'm just saying I don't think he would be the kind of person who would be scared to, like, I think, like, Vosh is always like, well, I was correct, so why would I be afraid of you showing what I said because I am correct, you know? Like, whether or not he is correct, I think that is how he generally operates, and I understand why he does that, you know? It's a strength posturing thing that he does. So... And she said the only reason she didn't post them was out of respect for his privacy. So maybe if he sees that thread and then tells her, like, go ahead and post them. Like, what if we both post them? What if I talk about it on stream? You know, like, I don't know. She seems to think that he won't want to display his behavior from that conversation publicly, is kind of what I got from that thread. Yeah, I wasn't around for the Professor Flowers stuff. I did get the impression... I think I actually did listen to her conversation with Heem, though. And she seemed a little sussy-wussy. But I also just don't care about that particular thing, because I didn't know anything about her. I think I maybe had followed her on Twitter. Follow lots of people on Twitter. Oh, is she a tanky? What if we both posted our DMs? It's a pretty good face. It's pretty good, like... She's not a tanky? She's a black nationalist, isn't she? I don't really know much about that. I know that that's what people say about her. Okay. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. I don't really need to get involved. It's cool. That's water under the bridge, you know? But I understand what you were saying is, that you think that he is not watching people's content, but expecting them to watch all of his. I'm literally not covering it. I'm just saying, like, didn't, like... people say that she's a black nationalist. Like, that's literally all I know. Okay, sorry. I'm just like, don't get mad at me. I don't know anything about her. Yeah, let's relitigate. Let's do it. Yeah. it was just weird. Like, the way that she dipped out at the end of the conversation with him was just, I just thought it was odd. She's like, I really don't want to explain this to you. And he's like, okay, have a great day. Bye. And I don't watch him either. I don't even know why I watched that. I was just like trying to find, I was at work. I did not like this last job that I had. It's fine. I haven't liked most of the jobs that I've had. It's fine. She also tried to call him white. Oh, she tried to call him white? Yeah, she did. I do remember that. She was basically like, you are part of the colonizers. Yeah, I saw that he's taking a break. Good on him. I didn't realize that he woke up. I didn't know that he did his stream so early in the day. Like, he was like, I wake up at like 5 a.m. to do this. Like, what? Why? Yeah, he's a non-white immigrant and a sock dem. He's like, I'm a sock dem. Heem is the only person I've ever heard say, like, I've only ever heard sock dem as an insult. I've never heard someone call themselves a sock dem. It's just a green jar of water. I mean, yeah, you're right, Dragon Slayer. I have like a seriously bad history with my work history. Just, oh god, fucking 10 years. And now I'm just like, I'm ready to give up on being employed by someone else. I will be a freelancer working for myself on the internet. Working for you, kind of, technically, on the internet. Thank you for all of your subscriptions and donations and liking and commenting and subscribing. All of the stuff. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, slur, like, sockdem is such a slur. It's true. Like, it really is. She used to like call herself a sockdem? Okay. I don't know that I ever like heard her say that. Yeah. Wait, there's some meme that's like it's like a person poking a stick at something, like, hey, do a thing. And sometimes, like, I just literally earlier today was like, I don't know what I'm going to talk about on stream today. And I had that flash in my mind, like, poking RGR. Like, hey, do something cringe. Oh, goodness. Riley's a huge anarchist now, true. I don't know if at a certain point it becomes cringe of me to keep thinking about her and talking about her, you know? Someone did point out that I was talking about her passive-aggressively, sort of, by talking about her on stream and Twitter and not talking to her, and I was like, why would I talk to someone who would call me a pedophile because I actually disagree. Like, you know how she was like implying that Doe was a pedophile, and then after she had a conversation with Vosh where Vosh said that, like, hey, I agreed basically with Doe, and then in the stream that she was still doing after that conversation, she was like, did Vosh say that it was okay to have sex in front of children, or am I just tired? And it's like, oh, so if I were to talk to her, she would just be like, oh, you too are a pedophile, and I don't need that in my life. Zucchina. RGR gathered people to speak against the Maryland anti-trans sports bill, but the only people she could get were her girlfriend, Galvin Guerra, and Jangles. And Jangles, being a sports medicine expert, is probably the most qualified person there. True. I did see her TikTok about that. Yeah, all pedophile accusations will be appropriately lampshaded. True. If there are feet guys in the chat and I show my feet, is that a sex act that have I committed e-rape? Yes. But only if there's a feet guy in the chat, right? Yeah, if your advocacy can only attract Calvin Guerra, you probably aren't a good trans advocate. Did everybody hear that Calvin Guerra switched to a psych major? Horrifying. I'm gonna create feet, people. My feet aren't that sexy. I mean, maybe Forrest. Hopefully. That's the wish, is that it would help him, but I don't know. This is really good chapstick, but not sponsored, so. Yeah, I really don't think he should be in a position of power over anybody. This is exactly what I fucking mean about, like, what I said earlier about, how, like, I think institutions of power create situations where, like, it attracts the kind of people who are wanting to exploit a position of power. So Calvin fucking Guerra, trying to be a lawyer and now trying to be a psychologist or a therapist or something, like, presumably. Why do you want to be in a position of power over people? Fucking knock it off, dude. I think he did leave YouTube. At least temporarily. He's making content on Patreon still. And as of the last time I checked, his video about me is still the video with the second most views on his entire channel. So. Christ, I feel like it should be encoded into law that anyone who goes to Calvin Guerra for therapy or psychiatric medicine should be sent an MP4 of everything he's ever said about other trans people. True. Yeah, imagine you're a transmasc non-binary person and you walk into your new therapist's office for a consultation and it's fucking Calvin Guerra. Imagine. Like, he has literally done, like, actual harm to hundreds and hundreds of people's journeys of self-acceptance. Like, Cops Hate Mo has talked about it, where they were, like, they were an impressionable young person who had gender issues, but was like, oh, I'm not a trans man, so I can't be trans, or whatever, you know? Like, it's just, and it makes people take, like, longer to figure it out. Like, it's just fucking heartbreaking, dude. Yeah, God forbid anybody comes to him with gender feelings. Well, according to those totally not scripted or prompted screenshots from Riley's video, he doesn't believe that non-binary people are invalid anymore. Yeah. Yeah, I realized after I had done the actual stream, when we were going over that video, that there are the screenshots from, like, someone has asked Calvin, like, are non-binary people valid? Do you disavow your former statements? And that was deleted. Like, I mean, it was whited out. The person who sent those messages was whited out. And then there was a second screenshot that was, he was responding to a message saying, like, something that would absolve him of something that he had done. But then the message he was replying to, because he used the reply function on the Discord, the message got deleted, which makes me think that she was prompting him to respond with these curated messages so that she could clear his name by saying, look, he said in Discord that he wasn't a transmed anymore. Like, why else would he be replying to a deleted message? I mean, maybe if Riley was like, I'm going to screenshot this for my video, so you should let me know if you want me to redact your info or whatever, or if you want to delete your message so that it doesn't end up in my screenshot or something. But it actually just seems like it was manufactured on purpose, you know? Yeah, we're actually gonna have to get you a full gender dysphoria diagnosis before we can discuss these issues any further. I am still number 2 on his whole channel. He probably still places high value on dysphoria. Yeah. I mean, it is still the easiest way to explain to people. Like, if you're, I don't know which video you're talking about, Josiah, but like if it's like he's trying to make an argument that legally gender dysphoria is the reason why you should let people transition or whatever, or like people can't help that they have gender dysphoria, so you shouldn't prevent them from participating on that, whatever. Like, that's still like the easiest way to argue this legally. But obviously, like, we're trying to grow past that as a community. Legally is still quite far behind, and like, you know, it's hard to argue that trans kids should get hormones on a euphoria argument. You know, a dysphoria argument barely makes the cut in most cases, when it makes the cut. You know what I mean? Can I bully my way on stream again? I'm actually probably gonna dip soon because my partner and I missed each other when he got home, and now it's 10 o'clock. So I would like to say hello to him and probably chill and go to sleep. It's been a fairly productive stream. I feel like we did pretty good here. How many we ended up with 82 likes on the stream. I wonder what our maximum concurrent viewers was. It'll tell me when I close the stream. 46? It might be 46. So this one did pretty good. How often do you think Calvin writes snarky essays disagreeing with the professor for his mandatory gender studies course? Maybe. Yeah, so I do think I am ready to dip, and we'll see if some more discourse happens between now and Thursday. So here's, like, before we go, Horties, listen to me, Horties. And I was going to say and imps, if there are any imps here, but it doesn't matter, because you can be an imp and a Horty. And if you're in both of our chats, then you're both. The plan right now, if you didn't see my tweet about it, was to stream at 6 p.m. my time, Central, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, right? So then that's our evening streams. And Sundays at 12 p.m., so noon, Central Time. That'll be our, like, early afternoon time. I don't know how long the Sunday streams will be, so there will probably be a break in between my stream and Demon Mama's, depending on when she starts. Or we might just raid Demon Mama at the end of Sunday streams. Anyway, the point of that is to be able to have the Europeans join us. And then Saturday will be a wild card day. Saturdays will be sometimes yes, sometimes no. Basically, I'm thinking, like, I should probably stream, like, 3 or 4 days a week. We'll see how that runs for now. At present, I don't have any plans to make themed nights, because I think that we're going to try to have this be adaptable to whatever's going on, you know? So stuff will happen on Twitter. We might have a drama stream that night, you know? We'll do gaming stuff probably sometimes, but not, like, exclusively gaming. Not like we're going to focus on this game, but, like, gaming while we're doing something else. Like, me doing my own thing on World of Warcraft while we talk in the chat, basically, is what I'm trying to say. If I ever get there. So, feel free to join the Discord. So if anything happens between now and Thursday, you can tell me in the Discord, and we can put it on the slate to talk about it in the stream next time. Particularly the Anti-Trans Law Tracker channel. I would love to see people posting links to any updates about... I should change it to anti-queer so that we can talk... We'll talk about the Don't Say Gay bill if we can. We'll talk about all that shit happening. So, for now, I will allow you to rest. I will take my rest. And I guess I hope you have an okay day. I gotta come up with some kind of dragon-related sign-off. But thank you for hanging out, and we'll see you all next time. Bye.